I'm going to put on Timcast while I write whatever the hell we're going to write here. I have so much to write today. Oh, God, dude.
Now, I know y'all saw that debate that I saw, and I got to tell you, J.D. Vance cooked Tim Walz. Now, originally I said he crushed him, but I was informed by Gen Z that you got to use the young man's language, Gen Z slang, so cooked is what we say now. Okay, Tim Walz got cooked by J.D. Vance. Independent voters favoring J.D. Vance, but it is surprising that there are many polls showing it's basically neck and neck, that people actually liked Tim Walz, despite the fact he got called out for
Fake
lying
polls
several times, and he said he was friends with school shooters. I'm not making it up. It's not an exaggeration. He didn't misspeak. Not that I cannot fathom what he was trying to say. The dude literally said he is friends with school shooters, and when two reporters came up later and said...
What? What? Okay, I know what he meant to say. Come on, that's being taken out of context. As much as I don't like the guy, I know what he's fucking saying. Come on. I hate when they do that shit. It doesn't help us when they do that. Yeah, he means the fucking victims. Come on, man. Come on. I don't like the guy either, but that's a nasty fucking thing that the fucking to do to somebody. Obviously not what he meant. Nobody would fucking say that. Come on.
Mr. Governor, can you clarify what you meant by this? He ignores them. A reporter asks again, what did you mean you're friends with school shooters? And he does not answer. I can only assume he is. So we'll talk about the political ramifications and the fallout. There's some really funny articles where Politico is trying to claim that women don't like beards. I'm sorry, ladies. Politico says beards are bad. And then they say that Tim Walz's wide eyes, where he looks like, I don't know, I don't even know how to describe it, a clown. They say that it's actually good because it makes people think that he's attentive. So we'll talk about all this stuff. Plus, we got a whole lot of debate coverage. Israel stories are coming up as well. And we'll get into that. But before we do, my friends, head over to mypillow.com/Tim. That's right. Shout out to MyPillow. They're sponsoring the show. You know Mike Lindell. He's a good dude. Once again, MyPillow has been canceled by another box store. So they're passing an incredible offer to our listeners. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98. And now for a limited time, you'll receive one for only $14.98. There's a limit of 10 on this offer, so do not miss out on this amazing deal while supplies last. Order now using promo code TIM. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position, helps keep your neck aligned, and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. In fact, I use 2 MyPillows. It's true. Actually, no, I have 1 MyPillow. Sorry. We have like 300 downstairs. But that's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen or bath towels. That's only $25. The brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. And their famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So again, go to mypillow.com. Promo code Tim. You don't need any other promo codes. Don't fall for these people. They're on Twitter. They come on this show. They try and say buy pillow with these other promo codes. Promo code Tim. Shout out to Mike Lindell. We're big fans. We appreciate your support. Also, guys, our song is out. And you have to buy it. Those are the rules. I didn't make them up. You have no choice. Go buy it. GetComingHome.com. And you got to buy it on iTunes. I'm kidding. Half the people are probably like, screw you, Tim. I'm not buying your song. If you want to support our work, Our new song, Coming Home, is out. The song is about how our cities have fallen into ruin. And I just couldn't help feeling this way when I see everything going on with my home, with San Francisco and New York, the places I live, the places I had to leave because the homeless camps are getting bad, the human waste is getting bad, the violence, the riots. It's untenable. Well, we wrote a song, and it's featuring Phil Labonte of All That Remains. It is available now, and if you guys buy it on iTunes specifically, we can smash through the gates, and the gatekeepers are trying to keep us out. They do the same to Matt Walsh, Tom McDonald, Bryson Gray. They do not want us to get these hit songs. If you want to support our work, you can buy the song on iTunes. Also, head over to timcast.com and click Join Us to become a member and support our work directly. We do rely on you guys as members. It is how this show functions. And if you want, you can also join the Uncensored Call-In Show, which will be coming up tonight at 10 p.m., but you got to be a member. And you can also get in the Discord server where you can submit questions and actually call into the show to talk to us and our guests. It's going to be a lot of fun. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more, we got Ben Zeisloft.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Who are you? What do you do?
So I'm the editor of the Republic Sentinel. We are a conservative news and commentary outlet owned and operated by Christians. So we are producing excellent reporting to the honor and glory of the Lord Jesus Christ and just exposing establishment Republicans and with your stories, investigations, documentaries, all the rest.
Right on. We also got Mario Nawful.
Tim, thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. Who are you? What do you do?
I host the biggest show on X, so I talk everything US, global politics. So I know we're talking about Israel later on. We're talking about the debate, so it should be a good chat.
If there is an X space that y'all have heard about, it was this guy. For real, every time they're like, did you hear about Elon? Did you hear about this and that? It's always Mario. He's got the biggest spaces on X.
Yeah, man, it's sleepless nights as well this past few months.
But thank you for being here. It should be fun. Raymond is here as well.
Yes, thanks for having me. Hello, friends. It is Raymond. It is I, your homegrown Marine blue-collar veteran. So I'm looking forward to talking with you gentlemen.
Good hat, by the way.
Thank you.
He's converting voters in his home state of Pennsylvania.
I am. We're doing the work.
Rumor.
And before I cut you off, Tim, good news. I want to wait till we're on air. The screen is going to be here. Should be Monday or Tuesday next week, early.
So we can play video games on a 20-foot screen. This is fantastic. This is great news.
You guys have to understand, this is like a boy's paradise. There's skateboarding. There's a lot of beef jerky. There are video games. I think it's a good time. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm here to co-host tonight. I'm happy you guys are joining us. Let's get started.
Here we go. From the post-millennial, independents favor J.D. Vance over Tim Walz after VP debate, says CNN of all outlets. 54% of independents said after the debate that Vance did a better job, compared to 46% who said the same of Walz. The CNN poll conducted by SSRS found these numbers when asked about before the debate. 60% of independents said they thought Kamala's running mate would do a better job in the debate compared to 60% who said the same of Vance. Those numbers are wrong, by the way, post-millennial. You mean 40%. Overall, 51% of registered voters said that Vance did a better job in the debate compared to 49% said Walz did a better job. Before the debate, 54 said Walz would do better and 45 said the same of Trump. This was, we heard this before the debate yesterday, that the polls were favoring Tim Walz. Everyone thought he was going to do better. And as you know, he got cooked. That's what we're saying. We're saying he got cooked, and he did. I got a post for you guys, and I'm going to show you. Oh, this is an actual picture from the debate that was used by Politico. I'm not kidding. This is a real picture that Politico is using. I'm just going to say this, okay? For those that are listening, it's a picture of Tim Walz, but he looks like some kind of demon.
He reminds me of the snake in the Jungle Book that opens its eyes and hypnotizes you. You know, if he just gets his eyes open wide enough, then the voters will be mystified and believe everything he says.
Yeah, I'm part Asian, so I'm kind of jealous.
Oh, Jesus.
Am I allowed to say that? Yeah. I mean, I am. It's how I feel. You can't get mad at me, YouTube. I don't know. What did you guys think? Did you expect this?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think it was clear within 2 minutes that Vance had it. I mean, the first response from Walz and the second one from Vance, and it was clear it was going to be Vance all night.
Yeah. But before it went in, were you like, J.D. Vance, who is this guy? I mean, I called him Vanilla Pudding.
Yeah, I mean, I recall, 2 years ago when he ran for Senate for the first time, he was very articulate during that debate, too. So it wasn't too much of a surprise to see that he did well last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are underplaying how important this is, especially how thin the margins are between Trump and Kamala. I think JD did a really good job in positioning Trump as more of a moderate, and it was a very civil discussion. They agreed on a lot of points, and I think that was very important to counter what I consider the failure of Trump in the last debate. So I think it had more of an impact than a lot of people are making it out to be.
I agree. But the question is, I see this meme. It's actually pretty good. It's a Venn diagram, and it says people who care enough about politics to watch a VP debate, and then all the other side it says undecided voters.
Yes.
So how much of the needle's getting moved?
I think the important thing for undecided voters is that most headlines are struggling to make J.D. Vance the same kind of villain that they often portray Trump as. I mean, you could tell that Walz was flustered because he expected a really aggressive kind of name throwing, like a Trump light, so to speak, on that stage. And he didn't get that. J.D. Vance is very much his own politician. He's very smooth. And I think he is effective in explaining his arguments. I mean, whether that's just because he always has been good at this or because he put the time in during debate prep, he was really able to articulate policies, positions in a way that neither Harris nor Walz could. And it left Walz really floored. I mean, Walz was not expecting him to keep going, oh, well, I think the governor and I agree on this. He made him his friend, and Tim Walz was prepared to be enemies.
I wasn't sure what to expect from J.D. Vance beforehand. I seen him a couple, what's it called, interviews and on the doing speeches and whatnot, but I didn't know how he was going to hold up in a debate. And I was very excited and pleasantly pleased that he actually held his own. He kept looking at the camera when Walz was making dumb comments. He's
like broke the fourth wall.
Yeah.
I gotta say, first, I am very optimistic about 2028. If Trump and Vance end up winning, Vance looks to be a stable guy who can be that stable guy for the American public that they're looking for in a Trump presidency. If they win, I feel like they can pull us out of this tailspin. And then 2028, with J.D. Vance as the head of the Republican Party and taking over this MAGA thing, he proved last night just how incredible he can be on that debate stage and how inspirational he can be. I'm deeply inspired and impressed by this guy. I had not seen this before. In my lifetime, I feel like that's the best debate performance I've ever seen.
Now, I think he balances out Trump as well. I think he's going to play a key role in this debate and moving forward throughout till 2028. So I think he was very presidential. I wasn't too surprised. He's always been more well-spoken than Tim Walz. He comes from an Ivy League school. Tim Walz doesn't have that same background. So I wasn't too surprised. I think Tim Walz he's a football coach, as far as I know, from a rural area.
He was an associate coach.
Associate coach.
He's only associated?
Assistant coach or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wasn't too surprised J.D. Vance did so well. And again, I do think it will balance out Trump's energy or spiciness.
Now, as I say this, I was deeply impressed by Vance. I was actually kind of shocked at how bad Walz was. I knew he was a nervous wreck. The news reports said he was having panic attacks. But ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to help me out with this one. Guys, I genuinely mean this. Please help me. Tim Walz says, I've become friends with school shooters in weird debate moment. Here you go.
I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
Well, let me play that again for you guys.
So I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time.
Okay, one more time, because I know you at home are like, this has got to be AI. There's no way he said this.
So I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used.
Okay, I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm lost.
And he hasn't clarified, right?
No, and this is disqualifying. Done. Out.
Really?
This is disqualifying. Look, let's try and be as nice as we can. What did he mean by this? And I'm sitting here thinking, like, could he have meant, I have become friends with the families of the victims of school shooters? But look, misspeaking is not ripping out a huge portion of the sentence. If he said, I've become friends with school snoozers, I'd be like, oh, he misspoke. He meant something else. But he said he's friends with school shooters. You don't accidentally misspeak missing several words. And look at this from the Daily Mail. Look at this.
Governor, you said you've become friends with school shooters during the debate. Can you clarify what you meant on that?
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you'd be friends with school shooters?
Ignoring it.
No!
Why did you say you were in Hong Kong when
What? The moderators didn't ask him follow-ups. He just said it, and they were like, okay.
It seems like an easy layup. You just clarify. I meant the families of school shooters or something, and then you're done. And then nobody
families of school shooters?
I think he did clarify. It just came out now. Yeah, not long ago. He says, I was talking about meeting people that came on the Hill. I was talking about meeting people where there are school shooters, and I need to be more specific on that. But I am passionate about this. This one for my wife and I is
they have
just a
kids.
teacher's parents is so personal. So that's coming from the Hill.
I mean, this just seems like a typical Walsh dodge, right? Like 24 hours later, he's finally like, I'm going to say I meant people who were impacted by school shootings.
Well,
he could have in the moment said whatever he actually meant.
Here it is. We did get it pulled up. Thank you for that clarification, Mario. He says, I was talking about meeting people where there are school shooters, and I need to be more specific on that. What? But I am passionate about this. This one for my wife and I is just, as teachers, as parents, is so personal. He didn't clarify anything. What? I was talking about meeting people where there are school shooters.
So he goes out in town and goes to school
Underneath it
shooters
says,
to meet
Walsh
people?
noted that he met members of
Let's go hang
Congress with
out.
parents, as a member of Congress, met with the parents of children killed at the Sandy Hook Elementary shooting.
And I get that, because I'm like, there's no way he literally meant that. Maybe he said maybe he meant like he went to a jail and like met one of these kids and was trying to understand why they were so distraught or whatever the
Saying
issue was.
he's friends with David Hogg, who survived a school shooting.
He's calling David Hogg a school shooter.
That's the thing. Like, he didn't say those who have survived or the victims of school shootings. He said a school shooter.
What do you mean more specific? You said you've become friends with school shooters. More specific. You made a declarative statement. Like, which school shooters? More specific would be which shooters. So if he said I misspoke and I meant something else, the dude misspeaks quite a bit.
Well, he already used misspoke. He said he misspoke when he claimed to have been at Tiananmen Square. And so he can't just use misspoke again. He likes to space them out. Sometimes he says the media gets him wrong, and other times he says, what was it last night? Like, I'm not very articulate. That's one of his favorites. My wife says I have bad grammar. Remember, that was his explanation for, like, claiming he went through IVF?
I eat white guy tacos.
What a joke.
Wow. Look, I get it. We all assumed that maybe he was trying to say friends with the victims of. But this guy, I will tell you right now, I still feel like it's disqualifying, and more in an opinion and bias sense than like an actual legal. Like, come on, of course not. But I'm saying, bro, if you want to be the vice president and you accidentally say you're friends with school shooters, this falls into the same camp as when Joe Biden called Syria Libya. And he was at, well, I can't remember where he was at, a G7 meeting, and he's saying something about our operation, our military in Libya and things like this. And it's like, if you're in the Situation Room and you tell everybody we need military action in Libya, and they say, you sure? And he's like, yes, okay. And you meant the wrong country, that matters. And if you're vice president and you say something like this, I can't imagine what's going to happen when he says this to, I'm imagining someone in the administration, and he says, let's go help out these school shooters or something. And then they're like, can you clarify that for me? Did you mean? He's like, no. And they're like, okay. No, I meant the families. If he's going to misspeak to this degree, refuse to clarify it, and then give some really weak response, I'm just like, dude, you're not ready for this job.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit confused why he didn't clarify it the first time around. When they asked him, did he just ignore them? Did he ignore the reporters the first time they asked him?
He got asked twice, and he ignores them.
Yeah.
He could have just been like, excuse me? I'm sorry. I must have not made a mistake. I meant to say. And that would have been it. It would have been over. And everyone would be like, we get it. Right. But the ignoring it made a whole day news cycle of him saying these things. The long story short of this dude got cooked by J.D. Vance. Cooked.
And he wasn't prepared to offer a counter defense that wasn't just based on personal attacks. I think you saw that throughout the debate. He would give these statements like Donald Trump did this and you should be scared of the things they're going to do, very negative. And then you would get these very calm, sort of respectful answers that didn't agree or sometimes did point out where they had common ground from J.D. Vance, who just seemed to be in his element. I mean, Walls really wanted it to be about name calling, and he never got that chance, and therefore he did not know how to counter what was going on. He even got hostile with the moderators at one point, and J.D. Vance never did, even though he's theoretically the one who's like anti-woman or whatever.
Just going back to the comment as well, Elon did make an interesting point. He said, I think he was surprised that he didn't get fact-checked. So Musk said, mind-blowing that Tim Walsh said he was friends with school shooters. Fine, he's clarified that. But he said he didn't even get fact-checked.
That's good.
Off, which kind of goes back to the point that J.D. Vance was fact-checked, and he responded pretty well to it.
Well, but I'll say this. In terms of political strategy, J.D. Vance masterclass. And I'll tell you this. J.D. Vance ignoring that Tim Walsh said this was the smartest move he could make. When your opponent says something that is overtly incorrect on the debate stage, if you challenge them, you give them an out. Mm-hmm. They immediately respond with, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. What I meant to say was this. He says it. J.D. Vance says, I ain't going to say nothing. Why? The news media is going to stew on this for 24 hours. But if he responds with Governor Walz, you just say you were friends with school shooters. I don't believe you meant that. Walter said, I'm sorry, the families of the victims. And then there would have been no story at all. So letting your opponent make mistakes is huge. I wonder then about the moderators who called him out for lying about Hong Kong. He patters for 2 minutes. Then they call it. They say, no. What happened? He's like, I'm a knucklehead and I misspoke. So they actually pushed back on this. If they fact-checked him when he said this, they would have been helping him. They didn't do it.
Right.
Respect for that. But I think J.D. Vance could have also put him on the spot, said, Mr. Waltz, you want to be vice president. And like you said, in the Situation Room, you cannot misspeak like this. You said this.
Good point.
You probably don't remember. So yeah, 2 options. I think, I'm not sure which one's better. But not commenting on it lets the media eat it up. And they did. It's all over the media right now.
Right. And I think a lot of these debates are based on vibes. So I think everybody was expecting an aggressive Vance, like you were saying. But the fact that he was very polished, clean, I think he has a PR background, if I remember correctly, in the military, so maybe that plays into it. But yeah, so he knew just how to be very polished and polite and to be very, like I think they agreed half a dozen times with various policies that we weren't expecting that. But if he had cracked down on Walz for something that was clearly just misspeaking, then that the voters wouldn't have liked that. He's mean and he hates shoutless cat ladies because he's correcting moderators, stuff like that. So I think it was smart for him to back off a little bit and just let everybody else, dig their own graves.
Well, here's where the corporate press is. Dead even, says Politico. Their snap poll shows a stark division on the debate. They're actually saying it's 50-50. And you know what? Maybe. CBS says 42% Vance, 41% Tim Walz. I can't say I'm surprised, but any reasonable human who watched that debate, I mean, look at the photo they chose. There's no way that Politico, again, for those that are listening, it's J.D. Vance looking over like a normal dude and Tim Walz sitting there like a deer in the headlights with his eye. I can't even make my eyes that wide. And the frown he's making, it's weird. I don't know why they chose that photo. But I feel like any reasonable person who watched the debate would not conclude that Tim Walz won. That seems silly to me. Bias? Democrats? What do you think?
I think what's interesting is the media has decided, like when I was watching mainstream post breakdowns of this, the thing that they lead with was J.D. Vance struggled to condemn Trump's statements on the last election, right? That's the thing that they have said. 90 minutes in, that's where, Walz finally got him. But the thing is, for the first 90 minutes, and I would say even after that, Vance ran circles around Walz. They're saying that Walz being able to say that's an outright lie or whatever he said, like that's the big gotcha moment. But really, J.D. Vance had Walz on his heels the whole night. And I think the other point that they're sort of giving to Walz, I don't think totally fairly, is talks about abortion, because they're always going to say that the Democrat handled that better. But I actually think J.D. Vance talking about we need to win Americans' trust on this issue and we need to be a full stop pro-family party was one of the best moments of the debate, and I think of this political season. I mean, he is really redefining issues that conservatives have struggled to speak about in a way that wins confidence from voters.
Right, and I think the risk there is, maybe it appealed to moderates. That's been the play from the Trump campaign for the past several months is, start to pivot on abortion, go back to, let the states handle it. But the question is, what kind of effect is it going to have on the pro-life evangelicals and Catholics who are showing up to the polls? And basically, there's a huge percentage of evangelicals who show up just to vote against abortion. And I saw one poll from Barna that said participation this year from evangelicals is going down from 61% to 50%. So there's some kind of effect that this rhetoric is having on the willingness of evangelicals to show up and vote. And if they think there's not a pro-life candidate, they're not going to do it.
Check out this clip. This is going viral.
I'm just appalled. I can't believe this is the country I've lived in for 65 years. What's happening has to be intentional. There's no other way to explain what's going on. When I see the thousands upon thousands of military-age men coming alone without families, there's reasons for red flags. So yes, the immigration issue is huge.
She was asked by Fox following the debate, so this was earlier this morning, what she thought. Some people in this restaurant said they didn't think that the immigration issue was covered enough. That was her response. And I feel like she's correct. So, there's another great moment where J.D. Vance told Tim Walz, I feel bad for you. You've got this really difficult job of trying to explain away the failures of your running mate.
Like whack-a-mole, I think he said. Yeah,
whack-a-mole with these failures. 3.5 years, nothing got done. And, when I hear that woman, I agree. I don't know how Tim Walz is going to explain that away. I don't know how Kamala Harris is going to explain this away. It's the biggest elephant in the room for their administration right now, or for their campaign. We see all these problems happening. They are not solving them. No one thinks this is, I mean, it feels deeply intentional what they're doing. I genuinely believe they are allowing illegal immigrants to come in specifically to fill jobs numbers because they're worried about the economy. The economy is about to implode because of the dock workers' strike. And there's no escape for them on this one.
I think Americans don't feel safe. There's this report from AP News that that 5 Chinese nationals were just charged for sneaking onto a military base at night. They were students at the University of Michigan at the time, or Michigan State University. And so theoretically, they're here on a student visa. On the other hand, this concern that we don't know who's coming to the country, and we don't know if they're staying, if they're going, if they have good intentions or bad. After years and years and years of this compounding, I think that Americans are really looking for someone who's going to take their concerns seriously. Saying, well, if you talk about this, you're racist or you're not compassionate. That isn't enough for Americans anymore. I think they're past that point. They want to feel like they're safe in their communities.
I think the polls are fake. I think everybody thinks the polls are fake for the most part, but how could you have people claiming Walz won this one?
Yeah, any rational person who's seen him get flabbergasted, his big old eyes. I mean, they're very passionate eyes because they're really big and round.
Okay, Politico.
But yeah, any rational person who watches that and seen him every minute, every time he talked, get more flabbergasted as the day went on.
No, but you have to understand these debates depend. It's 90 minutes. It's a VP debate. I think just people are just tired of this. It all comes down to the gotcha moments that you have.
Yeah.
And in this case, there's, I'd say, 2 major gotcha moments. Walz being questioned about China, and when he was there, and the way he responded was just horrendous. And the other one is Vance being asked about the 2020 election. It was a tough question. He couldn't give an answer. Tim Walz knew that, and he put him on the spot. So I think that gotcha moment played into Tim Walz's hands. So it could have played a role, but I don't think it's enough to say Tim Walz was even close to J.D. Vance in terms of performance. So that's the only explanation that I have.
Do you think these polls are evidence of confirmation bias? Do you think the people that were asked went in knowing that they were going to say, Republican or Democrat, that's who I think won?
I think the only way those polls would not fall prey to confirmation bias is if there was someone that was, won by a landslide. That means, I think that was pretty close. I think they were both very civil. They agreed on a lot of points. I think they showed how, I wish more politicians would talk as they did, the way they've agreed on multiple things. It wasn't spicy, no personal attacks. So I appreciate that side of it. So I'd say J.D. Vance won, but not, 80 to 20. It was like, 60-40 is a good numbers here. And that small margin, relatively small, means that people will fall into confirmation bias and choose who they want to be the winner. And in this case, a lot of people chose Tim Walz for no good logical reason.
Right. I think a big question, too, is Vance's image. So for the past several months, all I've heard from Vance from the mainstream media is he's weird. They're basically trying to pin him with all these memes. He's obsessed with his couch for some reason. But I think if you actually watch the debate, if you're an undecided voter, he's more presented. I mean, who do you think looks weirder on that screen? It's not the guy on the left with the beard who's pretty, intelligent looking. It's the guy with the bug eyes who is apparently compassionate or something like that. So I do wonder what effect this has among independents too. Again, but the question is how many actually watch it. Is it that Venn diagram where nobody actually even cares about a vice presidential debate a month out, or has everybody made up their mind?
I think a lot of folks actually are paying a little more attention than they used to the last couple of times. This is a huge election, a lot on the line. So anybody who's kind of almost interested in politics is definitely going to pay attention because there's only 2 debates.
There are very few. I mean, the thing is, we had the Trump-Biden debate, but that doesn't even really count. I mean, it was massive. It was a massacre. But if we are going off a Harris v. Trump election cycle, there's only one presidential debate. There's only one VP debate. So that does add pressure. What I find myself thinking about is in the last debate with Trump and Harris, I think they had 2 different objectives. Like they had 2 different things they needed to accomplish. And for Kamala Harris, that was selling herself to independent voters as someone with a real personality and real beliefs and also real policies. And she she flaked out on that. She didn't really give them any specifics. And in this case, I wonder if Walz and JD Vance had different tasks as well. Like, yes, they have to talk about the issues. Yes, they have to counter each other. But Walz has to fight this idea that he is just this brash, evil, mean man that whatever is going to be out there. And Walz has to develop kind of a backbone. And I don't think he did, but I think Vance did define himself on the national stage in a really successful way.
I just want to say, because I mentioned this the other night during the debate, that I feel a lot of Americans watched that and wished they were the presidential candidates.
Yes.
I like Trump, but Trump was I was not an OG Trump guy, and a lot of big Trump supporters are critical of me for that. But I do think Trump is the better option, and he was a net positive president for my lifetime. That's a big deal. Watching JD Vance up there be very nice, and then Tim Walz be nice back, like their arguments were minimal. Your policies are wrong. I'm sorry. I mean, what did he say to Tim Walz, JD Vance? He's like, I feel for you. You got a tough job. He's smiling as he says it. He's being nice. And that's the kind of politics that I want for this country back. I do not think Kamala Harris represents that. I don't. And I don't blame Donald Trump for the media lying about everything he says to paint him in a negative light. But it is fair to say that Trump can be crass and crude. So right now, look, I'm happy for a Trump presidency because I think we need the bull to come into the China shop. Fine. I can understand people don't like the guy. But I'm excited for 2028. If this is what we can get moving forward and they call that Midwestern kindness, I'm pretty optimistic that we can get things to calm down a little bit.
And again, I think it's very important. It does make Trump more presidential having a VP like JD Vance. I think we should really focus on that a bit more. And I think it will change the sentiment around Trump. Because one of the main reasons, me and Tim were talking about this earlier, is that why, despite Elon endorsing Trump, despite Tulsi, despite Kennedy endorsing Trump, the polls are still razor thin. The margins are razor thin. And one of the reasons people don't see Trump to be presidential enough. A lot of people hate Trump for that. And JD Vance, I think, will play a key role in improving that image.
No question.
Me too.
Let's jump to this from Politico. I love this. 8 body language tells from the vice presidential debate. Okay, well, first of all, this is going viral, right? And the first thing I want to start with is Walz's wide eyes. This was lighting up X all day. Tim Walz's eyes super just lit up, sure.
Look at that guy.
And if you guys want to know what that is, it's this. Okay, for those that are just listening, you can't see it, but you can hear everybody laughing. It's Tim Walz's unnaturally wide open eyes. I don't quite understand look, I'm not trying to be mean. It is a little crass, but people keep putting cocaine in the chat. Like the assumption is that he's on uppers and he's wired.
You don't think he looks passionate?
Doesn't look like passion to me. But Politico says it's hard to read. When Walz felt especially passionate about something, he'd open his eyes wide as saucers. Eye popping can sometimes be a sign of surprise, but for Walz, it simply revealed his emotional intensity. Like this moment during an exchange about abortion, the orbicularis oculi muscle, working in concert with the corrugator and frontalis muscles, contract to raise the eyebrows, a dynamic and emphatic facial motion that grabbed the viewer's attention. Early humans would have made such facial gestures to communicate strong emotions, like danger is close. For Walz, it gave extra weight to his feelings and held our gaze. I guarantee you the writer in the newsroom who was instructed by their editor to write that was crying the whole time, and they had a bottle of Jack that they were swigging down because they knew what they were writing was the most absurd piece of garbage they've ever been tasked with writing.
This was written, I think, by a body language expert who apparently has consulted for the FBI. I mean, this is not good. I actually think this line is pretty telling, because as soon as he's like, early humans would have said this was a sign of danger, meaning that Walz is standing there panicking. Like, he senses he himself is in danger.
Well,
and that's why his eyes are open so
And he's telling us about Kamala Harris's campaign. Like, the guys, we're dangerous. Like, watch out for us.
I'm sorry, guys. It gets worse. I mean, that was pretty bad. The first one they have is, yes, Vance's beard matters. Check this one out. One of the first bits of nonverbal communication to appear in the debate was on J.D. Vance's face, his beard. As Politico magazine has noted before, Vance is the first White House wannabe to wear facial hair in 80 years. Our appearance Appearance is fundamental to our body language, and research indicates that voters see beards as, surprise, surprise, more masculine. That can be positive to some, reading as strength and competence, but to others, especially women, it can be negative, conveying aggression and opposition to feminist ideals.
Win?
The beard is a sign of oppression.
Hannah Claire, in your general opinion as a woman, do women like beards?
You've
Yes,
got two
a
men
lot
here
of
with
them-
beards, you got two without a beard. So
Look,
your worst case scenario.
women do like beards. I mean, maybe not all of them. They're not a universal species, but I actually think the beard is sort of number one, I actually think it's to cover up the fact that he's kind of a baby face. But two, because beard is the contour of men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And two, I actually think in some ways it's an ode to his Appalachian ties. I have never seen so many beards, especially like long, full beards, as when I moved to West Virginia. This is the land of bearded men. And so in some ways, he's actually just kind of honoring his heritage in a much more, clean-cut, shaven way. Again, I actually think the reason J.D. Vance has a beard is because he's a baby face, and it's the makeup for men. But in this case, I think this idea that somehow a beard is to signal that he is anti-feminism is sort of ludicrous. I think this is very much grasping at straws.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly why mainstream media is struggling right now. If you're looking for examples, that's a perfect example. And in the meantime, I looked up 2 studies, one by the University of Queensland, if they want to stick to facts. 1,000 American women, majority of them prefer beards. They found men with more facial hair more attractive. Another one by whatsyourprice.com survey, because so many people care about this. 2,500 women, over 60% of them found facial hair attractive. So some numbers here.
It's like
So,
women like masculine
keeping
men.
my
What a
beard.
concept.
I got it. I got to do it.
I've been growing mine out
Doug,
for
and I
40
also
years. 2 years I got this. Took me forever.
We showed the picture of Tim Waltz, and look, I know I tweeted this out, and people are looking at it, and I'm gonna get a bunch of Democrats mad at me for posting this. This is an actual screen grab that Politico.com posted on their article about this, and all I did was screen grab a photo of the man's face. I didn't say anything. Okay, I said I wrote soon.
You mad at Politico?
But it would only be fair if I show you JD Vance. So take a look at this. You can see there's old JD with the beard. And I want to tell you why he's wearing the beard. Do you guys want to see why he's wearing the beard?
Yes.
Okay, here's a picture of JD Vance without the beard. That's and to be fair, he's a little chubbier.
Yeah, it looks like he lost weight since then.
And it's on, what is it, the subreddit 13 or 30. So talk about is that a glow up? Is that what they call it?
I think it is. I think
Definitely
this is
glow
what
up.
they call a glow up. He has fuller cheeks. He's a baby face. But I actually don't even think that is not in his favor. I mean, he stood on that stage and he's like, I'm 40 and I have 3 kids and I'm married. Like, there are so many Americans who look at that and say, goals, ideal, this is it. The beard is great. Look a little bit older, look like a little bit outdoorsy, whatever. But it's not an oppressive signal. It's because he has a baby face.
I think it shows you how much our country hates men, where this political writer is
yes.
annoyed by the
Bingo.
fact that somebody has a beard. And this would have been, I mean, if you look at just pictures of the presidents for most of our history, most of them had beards, and probably about half of them, from what I remember. But, yeah, I mean, if right now the Democrats are upholding Doug Emhoff, who, is now, a new story came out today saying that he punched a girlfriend or something to that effect, and Tim Walz, these are paragons of masculinity, and these are who we should emulate instead of a guy from the Midwest, who's 40 years old, has 3 kids and a wife, and is happily married, and has a normal set of relationships.
I just want to point out this fake body language stuff. I think it's pseudoscience. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I don't know. They're going to put one of those YouTube fact check tags. Body language is real. Tim is wrong. But you see these YouTube videos where there'll be like some dude watching Biden with the volume turned down, and he'll just be like, Joe here is raising his right hand. That indicates that he's being dishonest. And if you look at his face, that's not a real smile. And people love and eat this stuff up, which is why Politico is now doing it. They're bringing on, what is this, author of the international bestseller, What Every Body Is Saying, an ex-FBI agent's guide to speed reading people and the dictionary of body language. Okay, look, body language is real. I know it is. People in sales understand, when people are defensive, they're covering their chest and things like this. But to look at, like, Tim Waltz pointing when he talks, and it's like, oh, well, this means something. No, it doesn't. He's just gesturing with his hands. Calm down.
I also don't think claiming, like, saying I worked for the FBI is actually a good
I was just
credential
going
in
to say
today's
that.
America.
That was my point.
Like, I'm from the FBI, so therefore I'm an expert. Like,
So I think it's important. Like I used to be obsessed with body language. I studied it many, many years ago. The main thing you'd look for is not these silly examples. That's just for entertainment. You'd look for deviations from the norm. Like once you look into proper body language, it's actually very, very boring and not interesting enough for mainstream media. So everything you've talked about now, obviously the beard is completely stupid. The pointing is dumb. Like you've just got to look at how it deviates from the norm, how they've been acting the entire time, how they usually act, and what changes throughout the debate. So if he's always pointing, and then let's say JD Vance says something or Tim Walz says something, and then he doesn't point or points downwards, then you can comment on that. But just like, hey, he pointed, he means this, or his eyes mean that. That's just entertainment, as you said, pseudoscience.
in the first debate, Trump was asked about his comments, like Kamala Harris sometimes chooses to be black and sometimes chooses to be Indian, and he responded to that. And then he gave whatever answer, and they turned to her and they said, "Do you want to respond?" And she looked completely down. It was the deviation that stood out to me because she, before had sort of been posturing as her lady boss. She knew at times to put up her hand or then take it back down, whatever. But that was the one where she looked truly uncomfortable. I think you're totally right. Wanting to be like, well, he has a beard and this guy opened his eyes wide is actually kind of running cover for the issue that you're trying to portray, which is like that JD Vance is a mean man and Tim Walz is a sensitive sweetie.
It's also sad, like this was a very civil discussion about, important topics, yet they put out a whole article about their body language. I just think they're focusing.
Look at this one.
How was beard?
Vance, look at this. Vance let a little frown give him away. When Walz brought up Project 2025, Vance exhibited a little tell that carried a big message, a slight squinting of the eyes and a small frown. Clearly, this was a sore subject. When we hear something we're unhappy or uncomfortable with, the negative emotion flashes over our face, exactly as we saw here. We have to guard against such behaviors, blah, blah, blah. It's because he's lying. It's because JD Vance is thinking he is lying. We don't do Project 2025. But you see how they frame this? They're trying to make it seem like JD Vance is actually, uh-oh, he's got me.
Yeah, so when he squints, it means it's discomfort. But the reason he feels uncomfortable is not, so you can interpret it in different ways. So they interpret it as like, hey, he got me. Well, as you've explained it, no, he's lying and I'm pissed off he's lying, so I've squinted accordingly. So again, the way you interpret body language could be,
And it's like,
I think it's all pseudoscience.
it's like, of course they're bringing it up again. Of course he's going to bring it up. He's like, he should have rolled his eyes at that moment. Would have been the same response.
They should have included one where Wall spent the whole time rapidly scribbling talking points.
What do you think
What do
he
you
was
think
doing
that
then?
body
What was
language?
he writing?
Yeah,
He was drawing pictures of cats.
Hey,
He's like,
on girls.
The staffers are looking over. He's like, please help me send talking points.
Yeah, he's got a Newton and he's like, send. He writes it.
It's crazy.
I don't know if they still do that anymore though. All right, well let's get. I don't even know what we have. What's the next story that we got? Oh man, this debate was wild. We got a lot of debate news. Here you go from Post Millennial. MSNBC's Nicole Wallace claims women object to JD Vance's mansplaining immigration during debate after female moderator offered false fact check. Quote, I actually think if you're a woman, that might be the worst moment JD Vance had because he was going to mansplain right over that mute button.
He was talking to everybody. I don't know,
Look,
but he was talking to everyone who's watching the show.
And he was pointing out they broke the rules.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're wrong. So, or they manipulate context. But here's the clip.
And I actually think if you're a woman, that might be the worst moment JD Vance had because he was going to mansplain right over that mute button. He was, and again, I don't pretend to know how everyone will react to this. I think that a lot of women in positions of authority that should command respect just by virtue of that dynamic will see themselves in some dude that disrespected them and talked over. I mean, there was a moment like that with then Vice Presidential in the Harris-Pence.
This is really interesting in the perspective of the feminist girl boss, because it is not true of all women. It is, in my experience, specifically these chip on their shoulder women. JD Vance, if he were to argue with a man, and he literally did with Tim Walz, they never accuse him of mansplaining when he would interject or start talking over Tim Walz, which happened, I think, 2 or 3 times. But if it's the moderator breaking the rules, and he says, you're breaking the rules, let me clarify, they get, you see her reaction. Oh, if a woman is, oh, how dare he? Are you kidding, lady? Stop being so fragile, okay? Sometimes you're wrong, and sometimes people want to argue. Just if you're a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. It's not, but there are these liberal mindset girl boss women who think that anytime a man has a disagreement, it's because she's a woman.
I actually think this comment makes it look like she thought the female moderators were weak and couldn't handle JD Vance.
Right.
Or being like, look, he just talked over them and I must defend them, means that they somehow mishandled this situation.
But it's so unfair. It's so unfair to JD Vance. Like he was corrected. He was not meant to be corrected. He's upset about it. I think he approached it in a very, again, presidential way, in a very respectful way. And then again, I had to look up the definition of mansplaining. That's why I never even hear that word anymore. I mute people like this in my life. In a condescending, patronizing, or oversimplified manner.
Yeah, where was
No
he
idea what she's
condescending
talking
at? He didn't condescend anyone. He was just telling them exactly
Very
how they do
respectful.
it. Yeah.
Very respectful. Yeah, it's just...
Especially when they were manipulating the circumstances, right? The whole thing was the only people who could fact check each other were the two vice presidential candidates. And they had already slipped one in that was like, science agrees that the world is warming or whatever. And he didn't respond to that one. He waited until he was like, look, this is a big deal. You're challenging me on immigration in Ohio.
I'm gonna throw this one out to all the men out there who are just, they want to hear this. Let me tell you the facts of this story. J.D. Vance was having a discussion on immigration issues. The female moderator interjected incorrectly. J.D. Vance said, first, you broke the rules that we agreed upon, but I will clarify. She got angry and began talking over him, and then on, what was this, MSNBC's Nicole Wallace gets offended that he dare try to correct a woman who was wrong. I wonder how many husbands are out there going like, I know exactly what that's like.
I just don't like the idea that women are like, yeah, we can do everything a man can do, but you can't tell us if we're wrong because then you're mansplaining. Like, I don't understand. If they're so good and girl bossy, why does this lady need to come out and defend what happened there? I mean, either they could or couldn't handle the moment, and I think JD Vance was justified. I think it's really fragile of them to claim that this was a bad moment for JD Vance. I would have assumed, the January 6th questions or, something on his abortion response when he was like pro-family. Like, if you want to be mad about that, fine. But in this case, you're saying that these girl boss moderators did a bad job. That seems disloyal to the Klan.
I think they had nothing to criticize him on. He was calm. He was nice. He was apologetic. On the issue of abortion, talk about a masterclass. I cannot praise this man enough. He said, we've got to earn the trust back of these women that, we want to help. We want to help families. We want to make life better, all of these things. And it was a brilliant response. It was his response. Let me just break this down. It's a tough question for Republicans. Trump, he gets floundered on. It's tough because he's like, are you going to veto? Are you for the 6-week ban? Are you not? And he goes back. He went back and forth. J.D. Vance knows it's a negative, and Republicans are looked down on the issue. So he turns it around by saying, we're going to earn your trust back, which is him acknowledging it's a bad issue for Republicans, but that's him saying, we're going to earn your trust back is, we do have plans to help you, and we want you to, we want to prove it to you. I thought it was masterfully handled. When you see that kind of debate performance, what do they have to get mad about other than he tried to clarify a point on illegal immigration?
And he has a beard, so
But I wanted to look at the exact quote as well. Just going back to the mansplaining things, I was a bit triggered by it, and then we'll go to the abortion. He said, "Look at what he responded." He said, "The rules were that." I find I'm just going to read it, and objectively, anyone listening, especially women, let me know what you think objectively of what he said. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you are fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. I don't find that to be condescending. I don't find that to be disrespectful or patronizing. And so okay, I'll put that behind because I'm really a bit annoyed by it. But regarding the abortion, I think it was one of the best performances. I know it's a very tough topic for him, and the way he's kind of self-criticized. He's very, very self-critical about it, and I think he was just very, in my opinion, authentic about it. I know Tim Walz didn't do bad there as well, putting him on the spot. I think J.D. Vance's response there was one of the highlights for me.
Yeah, it's been disappointing, though, to see over the past couple of years. So even Mike Pence was more overtly pro-life. I think Vance had a throwaway line in there saying, I support life, something to that effect. But if you look at the way that the GOP is trending on abortion, it's pretty negative in the sense that now, J.D. Vance a few months ago came out and said that he's for the abortion pills, which is the way that 2/3 of abortions now happen. So, cards on the table, I'm about as anti-abortion as you can get as a Christian and a Republican. And I look at that and I hear people talking about that, in my personal life, not even just people who are as far in that issue as I am, but just like average, everyday, pro-life Catholics, something like that. And they're saying, the GOP is losing me on this one.
I'm curious, though. J.D. Vance's response was largely, we want to make it so that women who have unintended pregnancies do not feel as though abortion is their only option, which really has become the talking point from Democrats, right? Like, you're trapped with this man in this relationship you don't like. J.D. Vance referenced a friend who had been, in an abusive relationship, had opted to have an abortion, or the economic challenges of young families or young couples trying to buy houses or support these families is part of the obligation of pro-life Americans to win back people on the idea that family is good and that bringing a child into the world, even if it's not under ideal circumstances, is worth doing.
I also think for the right, there's a very important consideration, and that a large reason women get abortions is because they feel like they do not have support in having these kids, and it's the fault of men. We have a cultural problem that is not just men, not just women. It is a social development issue for us, and I don't want to put singular blame on any one group of people or generation, but look, housing is too expensive. Young people need better paying jobs. Gen Z needs to be able to get houses. We need young men to learn what it is to be a man and be responsible to the women that they are with. And women need to know that if they are with a man, that man is going to help take care of that child. Because that's what J.D. Vance pointed out, that he knew a woman, she was in an abusive relationship, and she was scared that if she had a kid, she'd have no support, and this guy was going to be really bad. And I don't know that I appreciate that reason for terminating a pregnancy, but J.D. Vance makes a great point that you certainly have to overcome that hurdle if we're going to win trust back.
Yeah, so I've been to Kenya a couple of times. So this is back when I was in high school, early college, and the way that they view children was one of the first things I noticed about their culture, where they unconditionally see children as a blessing. So I was spending a lot of time in the slums in Kenya, and there are mothers there with like several kids, and they're like, my children are the best. So I think it's actually really a cultural problem and spiritual problem we have in the United States, where even though we are one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and obviously it's gotten worse over the past few years, people see it as a legitimate option just murdering your child, at the abortion mill or with the abortion pills. And I don't think that, statements like this are helpful at all in reversing that culture. I think there's a sense in which our politicians and our laws actually catechize the culture, and I think they ought to be fostering life. And I think you can, Vance had some ways in doing that. I think there's a good debate to have about social policy, supporting, mothers who, with maternity leave, stuff like that. You can talk about all that. But, in terms of, you have to also address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that we're back to over 1 million abortions every single year.
I think we see that on the surface, and I think it's important to ask what is causing it. And it's not just that young men are not growing up and taking responsibility. It's also because there are young women who are raised in a culture that tells them don't have kids right now, and who cares if you get an abortion. So we need to reinstill in our young people pride, responsibility, and hard work, right? And that means that, hey, look, if you want to have a relationship and it results in a pregnancy, take responsibility, both of you, and have a kid, and kids are good things, but that needs to be the general idea that is ingrained in people. I think too much right now, it's permanent adolescence. Young men are like, I can play video games, I can drink beer and go out with my friends, I got no responsibilities. I think it was Pete Buttigieg who said this. He was like, men are freer when abortion is available. So I think it's not just that we have, all this abortion. Ron Paul said it great. It shouldn't be illegal. It should be unthinkable. And that's the very libertarian approach. I like that because socially we should say a woman should never have to deal with the thought that she's in trouble. It should always be a blessing, and young men need to be men and carry a big old sack of bricks to build a house and be responsible, and there's pride in that.
Absolutely. I liked the trust comment, because what I took from it was so far, Democrats have successfully sold to you that losing your right to have an abortion means that you're about to lose health care and fertility treatments and all of these things. They made it not just about the singular act of abortion, but about generally a threat to women's wellness overall. And I think what's interesting about choosing the words like we want to win back your trust is to say, you don't need to look at our policies in fear. Like, if you were in a culture that said, we value life over anything else, and your community is going to rally around you if you have a pregnancy in a circumstance that's maybe not ideal for you, then it makes it less about what you are losing and the danger you are hypothetically putting yourself in, to being like, okay, this isn't maybe what I was going to do, but I can handle this. I know that there's a much more optimistic and confident message. And I do think, I obviously, I would hope that no woman is in a position where she feels like abortion is the best solution for a pregnancy that she didn't want. On the other hand, I do think that this is one of the areas that the pro-life movement hasn't been agile enough, because they allow the conversation to always be in response to this attacking position. They are the scary monsters, and they need to kind of bring themselves out of the closets and say, no, we're actually just your neighbors. We're trying to help you.
And I think this is one last thing I'd say here is, because I was with President Novak from Hungary just a few days ago, talking about population collapse. I know it's completely not off topic, but it goes back to the point. This is a cultural issue, not only in the US, the high abortion rates, women not wanting to have kids, even men not wanting to have kids. And we had a very personal discussion, did an interview with her as well, and Stephen Shaw, who did a documentary on this. And I think this issue will gain more and more traction. Just the whole approach to having children, and people thinking is just already too many people on the planet was not able to have kids. If you have kids, you can't achieve much in your career. It's either your career or having a family. I think the world is going to wake up to that problem impacting the US, impacting Europe, impacting Asia, and even you mentioned, not Rwanda, you mentioned Kenya. Even Africa's starting to head down that path. And of course, Latin America. So I think it's going to end up being a much bigger issue.
You think it's going to, real quick, do you think it's going to be too late? We're
already there. Within this century, numbers were insane. There's a reason Elon talks about it all the time. So she launched a foundation, and she talked to Elon about it as well. He's been pretty supportive. Within this century, multiple Asian countries, European countries, Canada, the US has done well because of immigration, but that's not sustainable, because where are you going to get these immigrants from? Because Latin America is having that issue, Asia's having that issue, Africa will soon have that issue. Within this century, countries around the world will have their populations halve. That's dropped by half. And another scary thing is that there's never been a time in history where that was a global problem. It happened to the Roman Empire, for example. That was one of the reasons that, one of the main reasons that the Roman Empire is no longer here, at the collapse of the Roman Empire. But there's never been a time in history where that was successfully reversed. Now, President Novak, the reason she's getting a lot of traction, she probably had performed the best with her country, Hungary. That was one of the worst countries. She improved it by about 30%. So she tested a few strategies, but there's no one strategy that works, which makes it a pretty scary problem. Now, remember when Elon was posting about it all the time? I'm like, why is Elon talking about this? And I ignored it. There's already too many people in the world, and yet it's a complete opposite.
Well, I will say population collapse is a more complicated detriment than people realize. One thing I would advocate for right now is reassessment of current human allocation. So we got a lot of people on this planet. We got a lot of people who aren't as efficient as they can be. The body positivity movement, where you got people gorging themselves and doing these YouTube videos where they just eat endlessly until they get sick. Yeah. There was some woman, I think in South Korea, who ate so much for her live stream, her stomach ruptured and she died. This is inefficient use of human energy. But don't get me wrong, humans are free to do kind of whatever they want, but there's got to be, certain limitations if someone's doing this harmful stuff. The issue with population is that the more people we have, the more specialties we have. Humans are brilliant. An individual human can master a task. There was a period on Earth where it was possible for a single human to know everything that humans knew. Population was very, very small. Humans knew very little. Now you're gonna meet a guy, and you're like, what do you do? It's like, I make the paneling for the SpaceX Starship. You're like, just the panels? Yeah, I do metal fabrication, so I make panels. That's it. That's all you do. Yup. Back in the day, one guy might do everything to make a wagon. He's a carpenter. Now, one guy makes wire. One guy makes computer chips. One guy makes transistors. One person does these things. In fact, now they're being automated in a lot of ways. Humans, the more we have, the more finite we can have the specialties of each individual. To put it simply, it might take 1,000 specialty jobs to make a car. I don't know the exact number. A spaceship might take 10,000 specialty positions, because the more science we develop, the more specific an individual task has to be. That means we need dramatically more human beings, and population is collapsing. We lose population, we are going to lose technology, and we're going to wonder how we had spaceships in the first place. This is why I think Elon is 100% correct, and I'm a huge fan because he's building spaceships, trying to colonize Mars, working on bringing back free speech, telecommunications, electric cars. I'm like, dang, this guy is doing it all.
So he's an African-American colonizer.
Certainly, he is indeed.
Okay.
Let's jump to this story, though, from Politico. Harrison Trump taking America First tone on dock workers' strike. Foreign shipping companies that dominate seaborne trade draw bipartisan criticism at U.S. ports. They say Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are so far taking the same side in the strike by East and Gulf Coast longshoremen, speaking up for the American workers against the foreign-owned shipping companies that control ports in the U.S. The fact that major political leaders from both parties are taking aim at the European and Asian-based shipping companies represent an early political victory for the dock workers. Quote, American workers should be able to negotiate for better wages, especially since the shipping companies are mostly foreign flag vessels, including the largest consortium, ONE. Trump said in a statement on Tuesday evening, the Singapore-based ONE is the sixth largest shipping company in the world. Harris also sounded a message sympathetic to the port workers on Wednesday, despite the risk that an extended strike could trigger price spikes and commodity shortages that would imperil her chances of defeating Donald Trump. So right now, most of you may have heard, the dock workers are on strike. You better get your goods now. You better fill up your gas tank, whatever it is you got to do, because we get so much of our stuff from overseas. Your bananas, gone. Heineken, you're in trouble. Imported cars, there's already a shortage of cars. It is going to get intense and prices are going to go up. Now, Kamala's in a rough spot. Trump, not so much. Trump's going to come out and say, keep it up, boys. We wish you the best. Why? The strike is good for Trump. I mean, it's brutal, but this is going to negatively impact the economy under Kamala Harris's watch, and that will benefit a challenging campaign. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden could come out and, what is it, the Taft-Hartley Act, I think? I'm not sure.
Taft-Hartley, yeah.
Right, where they could basically say, get back to work or else. But if he did that, the unions are all in this country going to be like, we're voting Trump, and they already may be. The only thing Harris can do is support them while it tanks the economy and hurts her chance at winning this election.
That, it's such a tight election, anything could make a difference. And this could genuinely make a big difference. Just to kind of point out, 43% of all imports get through these ports on the East Coast.
Wow.
The ones impacted by the strikes. That's, $5 billion per day. That impacts everything from cherries, alcohol, home appliances, the auto industry. And as you said, Tim, Kamala's in a very tough spot. Because on one side, you've got Biden, the Taft-Hartley Act. But if he does that, 90%, this year's 85%, but generally it's 90% of the donations by the unions are Democrat. 90%. So if he invokes the Taft-Hartley Act, which I think George Bush did in 2002, I think it was, that could backfire on him really badly. But at the same time, if he does not reach a resolution, and just to point out, I think that as far as I'm aware, the longshoremen the longshoremen union the union has not yet endorsed Kamala. Usually they do, which kind of makes it even tougher for Kamala now. So I don't know how she could solve this, and this could end up, they could bring, the ports on the West Coast could try to compensate for that. But it's a very tricky situation. We do know that the ports as well stocked up on imports before the strike, anticipating the strike. But how long could they last? The last one that happened was in 1977. That lasted 6 weeks. We don't have 6 weeks.
No.
Right. Yeah, the time frame is the most important issue here. So I think you mentioned $5 billion. I saw $4.5 billion from JP Morgan today. So give it a few days, you're not really going to feel it, but give it a few weeks and cars aren't on the lots, and then you're really going to feel it. That's before the election. So, end of October, if that's still happening, that could have a really big impact.
Seems like the worst part would hit right when the election is happening, which means that when the shelves are the barest, so to speak, that's when voters are going to the polls. It's not a good look for the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, or if you're J.D. Vance, the Harris-Biden administration, to start and end their term with empty shelves and high consumer prices.
And it's already having an impact. Sorry, the polls take time to show. Polymarket, again, I use Polymarket all the time, and there's others, I'm sure. But I always look at it every day. It's like every morning I look at a few things, including Polymarket. A few days ago, Kamala was ahead, 50 to 48. After the debate, it went 49-48. And small margins, but they make a difference, 49-48. Again, Kamala. And after this news started gaining traction, now it's 49-49 as of earlier today. Wow. So it's back to being even. It was like a 5-point difference a week ago. And that's, again, people betting money. That means if they bet wrong, they lose their money. It's not just saying, hey, I'll vote Kamala, I'll vote Trump. So I think that is important to note. I think this will continue to develop if they can't reach a resolution.
So actually, in aggregate, I pulled up the Real Clear polling betting odds. Trump is actually ahead by 0.1 in the betting average. So You
see
mentioned
how it's changed over the last few days?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
So Trump just pulled the lead very slightly. You can take, and I do think the J.D. Vance Tim Walz debate is going to give Trump a tiny bit of fraction of a point. I don't know if it's a full point off that because it's the VP debate, but you take a look at this. Betfair has Trump winning by 1 point, 40-47. BetSun has it tied 51-51, which is kind of odd. That makes no sense. Bovada, I don't know what their metrics are. Bovada is 50-50. BWin is 50-50. PointsBet is tied 51-51. Polymarket 48-48. Smarkets 48-48. Because of Betfair, this one giving Trump a 1 point lead, Trump is slightly ahead of Harris to win. So in the betting markets, he's getting favored. I got to tell you, it's going to be a sour day for Alan Lichtman. They call him political Nostradamus with the keys to the White House. If he gets this one wrong, he will have egg on his face.
That's a big change. Just sorry, one last thing. If you look at the chart, it's a massive change. It only happened the last few days. The margin was 6 points in September 21st, about a week and a half ago. 6 point difference, Harris.
Yeah.
And then now, and then you see it going down, and then in the last 2 days, it went massively. So 3 days ago it was 2 point difference, 3 point difference, 2 point, and then now Trump is ahead.
Well, look at this. On the sidebar, you can see here that Trump is winning in the battlegrounds by 0.1 points. Nationally, Harris is up 2.2. However, we expect there to be a 3-point margin of error. So this is toss-up. Now, if we factor in the 2016 and the 2020 biases that favor Democrats, that would put Trump up 1 point on the low end. On the high end, he's up 2 points. But ignore that because we don't know for sure, and Harris is winning in the national polls, but national polls don't win you elections. It's starting to come into focus. Early voting is happening now, but it does seem like we may be on track for a Donald Trump victory with a Kamala Harris popular vote margin victory.
Back to the longshoremen. I don't know how many people are going to feel sympathetic to them. They approximately make $43 an hour. 25 in Philadelphia and then 120 in California. And we have North Carolina, we have Tennessee, we have Florida, we have the huge hurricanes, and they're going to start losing supplies. And it's going to be terrible for them if they don't come back to start working. So I don't know who's going to, they're going to be so mad. They're going to lose.
Automation is one of the big issues for the longshoremen.
Yeah.
They want guarantees in their contract. They're not going to get replaced by robots, and they're not going to give it to them. And actually, one of the complaints they had is that despite their demands for contract guarantees, these companies have been bringing the robots in anyway. You look at China, they're already automated.
Yes.
Now, it's tough. Do we just say we're going to keep your jobs forever despite the technology existing to automate your position? I say bring the technology. That being said, I don't believe we should punish the workers. We need to find a soft landing for people who lose their jobs through no fault of their own.
Yeah, public perception is an interesting phenomenon because over the past decade or so, unions have surged to, I think, the highest public popularity in a long time. So it could be interesting to see if they're viewed as selfish, if that could start to reverse. Right now, unions are in a strong position, but I agree, long-term, it's got to be automation. I mean, it's hard to imagine in 2100 that with the technology currently intact, that we're still going to be having these handful of union guys unloading all the boats. And again, what usually happens in things like this is they do find new jobs eventually. I agree there's ways in which they can retrain and so forth, but it's unrealistic, I think, to say that forever, in perpetuity, we're just going to have guys unloading boats.
It's no way. We're the
It's
future.
interesting that it reflects fears that probably like long-haul truck drivers have and other industries that, hypothetically there is a way to automate the job into, automate them out of a job. Maybe that's not happening in the next 2 years. Maybe it's happening in the next 10. But there are people who this is sort of the trade, right? Their dads were in these industries. This is the industry they go into. And to think that they are going to let the industry be destroyed, even though it has provided for their family for generations, I can see that being a big issue. It's something that you would be willing to say, I know we have crisis right now, but we feel like this is our argument issue, more so than the wages. I've heard the wages things before, that they have high wages, so what are they arguing about?
Okay.
But they do say, West Coast has higher.
Yes.
So
Yeah. But they want wages even higher than West Coast. I think they want to say a 77% hike, which makes that means they'll be higher paid than the West Coast. Not sure if that's a negotiation tactic.
I assume it's in part negotiation,
Exactly.
right? You're not going to ask for exactly what you want.
Philadelphia is only 25K, it says, per Brave AI. 25K a year, which is 4% less than national average, is nothing. 25K is
What if,
zero.
hey, look, these guys go on strike. What if the companies just bring in the robots? Okay, you guys are on strike. Robots come on in, take their jobs. You can strike as long as you want.
Yeah, if they could do it quickly, but it takes time.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be resolved. I think eventually robots have to take their place, otherwise the US will no longer be competitive. I think that's long term. But what I'm really kind of contemplating is how big of an impact this will have in 5 weeks' time.
Yeah, I'm worried about the disaster zones too, man. We need to worry about those folks.
Yeah. Especially if they have to wait 5 weeks for the result, because then they actually are waiting 10 weeks for the goods to finally
The
get
government's
there.
already effing them over.
But here's a simple one. It's time to stop being so reliant on imports, and we need to make sure that we're doing as much as we can here at home. I get it. You want bananas, we can only do so much. You want avocados, we can only do so much. We got avocados in California, I'm pretty sure, but we get a lot from Mexico. And when it comes to shipping, we're getting a lot of these coming from the Caribbean and other island nations. So you might just not be able to get your bananas or your Heineken, which is coming from Europe. Where does Heineken?
We have
I think
American
it's Germany.
beer.
Pretty sure
You
it's
can drink
Germany, right?
that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Or Belgium?
German?
This is what I actually thought was one of JD Vance's best moments on stage. I
Holland.
talk about the debate the whole time, but
Wow, we were all wrong.
Yeah. Per Sergi.
Oh, really? Okay.
the European, he got it. Okay. But JD Vance said, if you're really concerned about the environment, you would want U.S. manufacturing to move back to the U.S. because we have the cleanest economy. We hold ourselves to standards that other nations don't. And I feel similarly about shippings and goods. If you are concerned about being dependent on international shippings, then we should want to buy domestically. There is this well, this is the way we operate, so we have to continue this system, when really I think Americans are looking to say we are dependent on everyone but ourselves.
Yeah, slight rabbit trail. So I was shocked at the debate last night where, obviously they're going to ask about Khalid, but what they asked was not about, how do you think the federal government is helping the victims properly? They asked about, what do you think this says about climate change? They didn't care at all about the actual people who were suffering. They're like, what about climate change? And, I think Vance did a good job of making the human element back in, basically saying we're praying for the people who are down there and suffering and pivoting back to the manufacturing stuff. But I was just floored that the media didn't even care enough about Appalachia to say, ask one question about, what do you think the federal government's doing a good job at helping them out?
Yeah.
Well, we can't critique Biden because then we're critiquing Harris. And, I thought CBS, other than a couple obvious moments, generally did better than the previous debate moderators. But, they obviously can't risk Kamala Harris seeming like she didn't do a good job by not going down there. She's finally going to Georgia, I heard. Biden was in North Carolina today. I think there is this keeping all disasters at arm's length so you don't look like it's happening in your America, which is the NIMBYism that put manufacturing somewhere else in the first place and caused all kind of economic weakness.
Guys, I've got a question for you. The head of the Longshoremen Union, he met Trump in 2023. I didn't give this too much importance, but he hasn't met Kamala Biden in years. Wow. Do you think that could be a shift within the union or other unions towards the right? Because I genuinely think this could flip the election one way or another.
Look at the Teamsters.
Yeah.
I don't know how the Democrats are going to win when the Teamsters have flipped. You've lost the unions then. What do they have? I mean, look, I get it. Everyone says as soon as I say this, they're going to do mail-in ballots or something like that. I get it.
But do you think that what that strike was potentially politically motivated, at least the timing of it?
From the dock workers? I don't know.
Wasn't it planned out? Didn't they have it planned out?
They went on strike when their contract expired, and their contract was set 6 years ago.
The West Coast cannot because of their contract. You're right.
Right. Why the Biden-Harris administration did not see this coming when it's been brewing for a while, I don't know. You think they would have leaned on someone to be like, push this back until December. But again, they, either the workers didn't comply, whatever it was. What I wonder, more so than a shift in the union workers, and it might be that there's a political sentiment shift there, is this evidence of lip service from the Biden-Harris administration? They tout Biden as the most pro-union president. He stood on a picket line. No one's ever done that before. But he didn't even seem to be prepared to intervene preemptively on this. I thought he was so pro-workers. They have been clear that they are unhappy and they want to negotiate. But there was sort of a standstill. He didn't try to break in then and negotiate between workers and employees. He just sort of let it happen. Maybe that's because he hates Kamala Harris and it was like, well, I'll just let you burn.
Right. Well, this happened 2 years ago where I think it was the railways also went on strike right before the election. It was the same exact questions we're asking now. Is this going to affect, outcomes? Are people going to be upset as the supply chain is shut down? But again, it's a replay of 2 years ago.
Do you think that American workers are sympathetic to Kamala Harris when she says stuff like, I am the middle class?
I know. It's hard to, she went to, elite schools and so forth, and she's been in politics her entire life. It's hard to imagine. And I think, they see Trump as more genuine just because, he's more Americana, so to speak. And, sure, he comes from a wealthy family, but...
He comes from a wealthy family, but he actually did manage workers and work with other companies. Like, in a business sense, I think he is the one you'd actually want in the room. She's a politician. She's the one pushing the legislations that make it life difficult for the workers and for the companies. He's on the other side of that, being like, how do we get our work done?
And I told him just to play a clip now. I want you to listen to the leader of the union to give you an idea of who Kamala has to negotiate with.
It's going to hurt the everyday American,
Listen to this.
the farmers that need to reach the export market.
Listen, now you start to realize who the longshoremen are, right?
Nobody cares.
People never gave a shit about us until now, when they finally realized that the chain is being broke now. Cars won't come in, food won't come in, clothing won't come in. You know how many people depend on our jobs? Half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us, because we took care of them. And we're here 135 years and brought them where they are today, and they don't want to share. And I'm done.
Imagine negotiating with that guy. I don't know what's going to happen for Kamala. I don't know what's going to happen.
One question.
Isn't that the guy?
Play this guy in a movie one day.
Yes. Isn't this the guy who said, "I will cripple you," or is that somebody
Yeah,
else?
that's him, Harold Daggett.
It is, yeah.
He makes almost $1 million a year, by the way.
He's not mincing words.
Yeah, he gets
with
paid.
the
Yeah,
best
exactly.
part.
I still like him. I understand, like, we got some people chatting saying, I don't appreciate that. You're saying you're going to cripple us when we're, dealing with this inflation, plus it's a disaster. But in terms of fighting for his people,
You got to respect it. Yeah.
I absolutely respect that. That guy's a union leader right there.
Yeah.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, that's what unions are meant to do.
Yeah.
So you're just playing the game. If you don't like what unions stand for, well,
And
there's other ways to solve it.
Why did the Democrats send two terrible negotiators to the White House? I mean, this is the question. If you're saying, I don't appreciate that you're going to cripple us, the question should be like, did you vote Democrat last time? Because the only response to a strong negotiator is another strong negotiator.
Yeah. Shall we jump to the more scandalous of the stories of the day? From the post-millennial, Doug Emhoff, for those that don't know, that's Kamala Harris's husband, accused by anonymous sources claiming to be friends to his ex of slapping his then-girlfriend in France in 22. It's kind of an awkward way to write the headline, so I'll give you the simple version. According to a Daily Mail exclusive with multiple sources, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, slapped his ex-girlfriend for, quote, flirting with another man. But the story is actually, and it's been corroborated by numerous people, they say, he was on a date with this woman at the Cannes Film Festival. She went to the valet to get her car pulled up, and she put her hand on his shoulder. Emhoff then walked up, grabbed her by the shoulder, and spun her around, and then just bam, so hard in the face, she spun around. Then forced himself into her car as she was trying to flee. It's scandalous. I don't know. It's salacious. It's the exclusive story that's in the news right now. And they say they've got documents proving the travel, text messages from the friends confirming the story, and it looks like Kamala Harris's husband is a woman beater.
That's a very bad week for Kamala. You've got the debate, you've got the union strike, and now you've got Emhoff. No wonder why the betting polls are showing the margin flip after
Hillary
Kamala's been
Clinton
winning
said
by so many
October
points.
surprise is going to pervert Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it's going to try and make Kamala Harris look bad. So did she know this was coming? There was that other story where Doug Emhoff, and I think this is pretty much confirmed, that he had an affair with his children's nanny, who was also a teacher at the school. But the other part was that allegedly what mitigated divorce more than anything is that, or what spurred the divorce more than anything was that she got pregnant, and the rumor is that he pressured her to have an abortion.
Well, according to the story from the Daily Mail, she had a miscarriage, and then he paid off a settlement of $80,000 with a non-disclosure agreement. Here, they say this right here. According to friends, Emhoff did not say how he was allegedly responsible for them. Let me go back a little bit. Emhoff told Jane that the nanny accused him of causing her to have a miscarriage, the friends claimed. According to the friends, Emhoff did not say how he was allegedly responsible for the miscarriage, and he told Jane the nanny's claims were false. But the second gentleman allegedly confessed to Jane that he paid Naylor a settlement of around $80,000 and had the nanny sign a non-disclosure agreement. He was previously dubbed by Democrats as a wife guy and a mensch, a Yiddish term for an honorable kind man. He's also spoken out in media interviews about being an ally to women and against toxic masculinity. You know, look, when I read this and they say that he paid her $80,000 with an NDA and she accused him of causing a miscarriage, sounds more like he beat her.
Yeah, it sounds brutal. I mean,
It
we
sounds
don't
like
know
she was
for sure,
pregnant
but
and he beat her and the baby died.
which is terrifying, right? Like that's a very serious situation, and no one seems to be willing to address it in the mainstream media.
Is this story confirmed? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Because I can't see it on Fox News. Doesn't have it on their front page. It should be the main story on their front page.
The slapping the woman. Daily Mail says they have corroborating confirmations. Separate individuals who were.
It's because he has a beard. Look at him.
So their claims are, and look, let's say the slapping thing is not true. Their claim is that they've got multiple friends who provided documents of texts and of the trip confirming that this happened. Fine. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm asking about the nanny story, this Nayan Naylor, that it is true that he impregnated her?
That is the thing that is debated, right? Like they said that she became pregnant. He ultimately had to come forward with this affair to his wife. He has never confirmed that, but he has said he was unfaithful, and that led to the end of his marriage to the mother of his children.
Wow.
And that the nanny was, at school. I remember. So this story came up I think maybe a month or two ago, and someone found the nanny. Right? She's living a different life now. I think she's living on the East Coast, and she wouldn't talk about it. Now, obviously, if you sign a non-disclosure agreement, you can't talk about it. But as far as we know, she doesn't have any children. So if she did become pregnant and the miscarriage is true, there is not a love child between her and Doug Emhoff. What I think is hard is like, is this going to be something we get kind of raining down on us for the next couple of weeks? Like all these stories of Doug Emhoff being sort of brutal towards women. That's not great.
We've just scratched the surface. A lot of these male feminists actually have pretty bad histories with women. There's actually I've noticed that over the past couple of years, where a lot of these guys who are very woke in public and very pro-feminist are actually very bad to women.
It seems like you shouldn't say, "Well, I'm anti-toxic masculinity."
Let's kill some fucking nudes.
This evidence of.
Actually, let's play a little Civilization from last night. I'm not gonna binge out on this like yesterday for 10 hours. I think I got a good game last night, and I think this mod is finally ready for me to upload to the community for Civilization 4. I think I really did it. It only took me about 12 years to get this mod right. 12 years to get this mod right. Fucking kill me.
must study politics and war, that my sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy.
Any society that would give up a little liberty to gain a little gunpowder did for war, deserve neither printing press and lose done both for the mind. It has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except all the others that have been tried. The whole is more than the sum of its parts. Corporation, noun. An ingenious device for obtaining individual profit without individual responsibility. I do not feel obliged to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use. then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, but the one most responsive to change. You would make a ship sail against the winds and currents by lighting a bonfire under her deck? I have no time for such nonsense. When I give food to the poor, they call me a saint. When I ask why the poor have no food, they call me a communist. I fooled you. I fooled you. I got pig iron. I got pig iron. I got all pig iron. To every action, there is always opposed an equal reaction. make electricity so cheap that only the rich will burn candles.
Whoa.
Tell me what you eat, and I will tell you what you are.
Oh, that didn't work very well. Alright. Whatever. Back to math. I lost. I actually could have won that. I lost from diplomacy. I actually played correctly. The fuck up was diplomacy. I really fucked up. It was a diplomatic loss. Everything else is good though. The mod is great. Let's go back to writing that election fraud.
Want to become an amazing content creator? You should use motion arrays, templates, motion graphics, presets, plugins, music, SFX. Of course you don't have to, but it'll make your videos better. Go to motionarray.com now. Take your videos from good to the best.
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and The Rock generate hundreds of millions of dollars? It's actually not what you think. They make a special kind of money known as royalties.
My name is Christian Mickelson, and I help everyday people increase their income online. And I have to say, we're pretty darn good at it. My company is called Publishing.com, and we were just named the 19th fastest growing company in America right now. And there you can see us at number 19 on the list. And the reason we've been so successful in helping regular people make money is because we don't believe you should start your own business. That's what everyone gets wrong. Instead, we show you how to simply plug in to Amazon and the $500 billion business they've already built. However, the way we do it is very different from anything you've seen before. We don't show you how to sell products on Amazon. The way we plug into Amazon is through this app on your phone called Audible, which most people don't know is Amazon's app. And using this app, I showed my mother-in-law, Elsa here, how to get automated checks from Audible every month. Now, listen, this didn't make her rich. So if you're looking to get rich or make a ton of money in the next 7 days, I'm not your guy. But what I can confidently show you is how any regular person can start banking consistent 3, 4, even 5-figure checks every month. If you're curious to see how we do it, I just spent the last 3 months putting together the single best video training I've ever made, walking you through step by step exactly how to set all this up yourself. And the best part is, it's 100% free. That's right. So to get instant access to it right now, just click the button on your screen and put in your email. And over 3,000 people have already used this to add more streams of income in their life. And here's what just a few of them have to say about it.
If you follow the formula, it works. I think this will be my best month yet. You have a fan, and I will always sing your praises.
I really just have to say this business model works. It just does. The future is very bright.
Many people reach out to me asking me if this is real, random people from around the world, and I always tell them this is definitely real.
Christian and Rasmus literally changed my life. Not only did they change my life, they saved my life.
I did not believe it was going to work until I actually did it, and it did.
Yeah, it's just incredible. These guys are the real deal, but go check them out. You will not be disappointed.
So to get free access to the training, all you need to do is just click the button on your screen right now. And listen, if you're skeptical about what I'm sharing, that this might be BS or that those were paid actors, whatever you're thinking, listen, I get it. But that's exactly why we put together this free training, so that you can see for yourself what it's all about first. You can see how it works, and you can learn all about it at no cost to you. But let me remind you, we wouldn't be the 19th fastest growing company in all of America if our stuff wasn't good, all right? Plus, if it helps, we have a very high rating on Trustpilot with over 1,000 reviews. So all there is to do left is click the button on your screen. My name is Christian Mickelson, and I will see you inside the training right now.
lip service from the Biden-Harris administration. They tout Biden as the most pro-union president. He stood on a picket line. No one's ever done that before, but he didn't even seem to be prepared to intervene preemptively on this. I thought he was so pro-workers. They've been clear that they are unhappy and they want to negotiate, but there was sort of a standstill. He didn't try to break in then and negotiate between workers and employees. He just sort of let it happen. Maybe that's because he hates Kamala Harris and was like, well, I'll just let you burn.
Right. Well, this happened 2 years ago where I think it was the railways also went on strike right before the election. It was the same exact questions we're asking now. Is this going to affect, outcomes? Are people going to be upset as the supply chain is shut down? But again, it's a replay of 2 years ago.
Do you think that American workers are sympathetic to Kamala Harris when she says stuff like, I am the middle class?
I know. It's hard to, she went to, elite schools and so forth, and she's been in politics her entire life. It's hard to imagine. And I think, they see Trump as more genuine just because, he's more Americana, so to speak. And, sure, he comes from a wealthy family, but...
He comes from a wealthy family, but he actually did manage workers and work with other companies. Like, in a business sense, I think he is the one you'd actually want in the room. She's a politician. She's the one pushing the legislations that make it life difficult for the workers and for the companies. He's on the other side of that being like, how do we get our work done?
And I told him just to play a clip now. I want you to listen to the leader of the union to give you an idea of who Kamala has to negotiate with.
Hurt the everyday American,
Listen to this.
the farmers that need to reach the export market.
Listen, now you start to realize who the longshoremen are, right?
Nobody cares.
People never gave a about us until now, when they finally realized that the chain is being broke now. Cars won't come in. Food won't come in. Clothing won't come in. You know how many people depend on our jobs? Half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us, because we took care of them. And we're here 135 years and brought them where they are today, and they don't want to share.
Imagine negotiating with that guy. I don't know what's going to happen for Kamala. I don't know what's going to happen.
One question.
Isn't that the guy?
This guy in a movie one day.
Yes. Isn't this the guy who said, I will cripple you? Or is that somebody else?
That's him, Harold Daggett.
It is, yeah.
He makes almost $1 million a year, by the way.
He's not mincing words.
Yeah, he gets paid. Yeah, exactly.
I still like him. I understand, we got some people chatting saying, I don't appreciate that. You're saying you're going to cripple us when we're, dealing with this inflation, plus it's a disaster. But in terms of fighting for his people,
you got to respect it. Yeah.
I absolutely respect that. That guy's a union leader. What if, hey, look, these guys go on strike. What if the companies just bring in the robots? Okay, you guys are on strike. Robots come on in, take their jobs. You can strike as long as you want.
Yeah, if they could do it quickly, but it takes time.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be resolved. I think eventually robots have to take their place, otherwise the US will no longer be competitive. I think that's long term. But what I'm really kind of contemplating is how big of an impact this will have in 5 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried about the disaster zones too, man. We need to worry about those folks.
Yeah. Especially if they have to wait 5 weeks for the result, because then they actually are waiting 10 weeks for the goods to finally get.
The government's already effing them over.
But here's a simple one: it's time to stop being so reliant on imports, and we need to make sure that we're doing as much as we can here at home. I get it. You want bananas, we can only do so much. You want avocados, we can only do so much. We got avocados in California, I'm pretty sure, but we get a lot from Mexico. And when it comes to shipping, we're getting a lot of these coming from the Caribbean and other island nations. So you might just not be able to get your bananas or your Heineken, which is coming from Europe. Where does Heineken?
We have
I think it's
American
Germany.
beer.
I'm pretty sure
You
it's
can drink
Germany.
that.
Yeah, I think it's right.
Or Belgium?
German?
This is what I actually thought was one of JD Vance's best moments on stage. Not to talk about the debate the whole time, but
wow, we were all wrong.
Yeah, per Sergi.
Oh, really? Okay.
the European, he got it. Okay, but JD Vance said, if you are really concerned about the environment, you would want U.S. manufacturing to move back to the U.S. because we have the cleanest economy. Like, we hold ourselves to standards that other nations don't. And I feel similarly about shippings and goods. Like, if you are concerned about being dependent on international shippings, then we should want to buy domestically. There is this well, this is the way we operate, so we have to continue this system, when really I think Americans are looking to say we are dependent on everyone but ourselves.
Yeah, slight rabbit trail. So I was shocked at the debate last night where, obviously they're going to ask about Khalid, but what they asked was not about, how do you think the federal government is helping the victims properly? They asked about, what do you think this says about climate change? They didn't care at all about the actual people who were suffering. They're like, what about climate change? And, I think Vance did a good job of making the human element back in, basically saying we're praying for the people who are down there and suffering, and pivoting back to the manufacturing stuff. But I was just floored that the media didn't even care enough about Appalachia to say, ask one question about, what do you think the federal government's doing a good job at helping them out?
Yeah.
Well, we can't critique Biden because then we're critiquing Harris. And, I thought CBS, other than a couple obvious moments, generally did better than the previous debate moderators. But, they obviously can't risk Kamala Harris seeming like she didn't do a good job by not going down there. She's finally going to Georgia, I heard. Biden was in North Carolina today. I think there is this keeping all disasters at arm's length so you don't look like it's happening in your America, which is the NIMBYism that put manufacturing somewhere else in the first place and caused all kind of economic weakness.
Guys, I've got a question for you. The head of the Longshoremen Union, he met Trump in 2023. I didn't give this too much importance, but he hasn't met Kamala and Biden in years. Wow. Do you think that could be a shift within the union or other unions towards the right? Because I genuinely think this could flip the election one way or another.
Look at the Teamsters.
Yeah.
I don't know how the Democrats are going to win when the Teamsters have flipped. You've lost the unions then. What do they have? I mean, look, I get it. Everyone says as soon as I say this, they're going to do mail-in ballots or something like that. I get it.
But do you think that what that strike was potentially politically motivated, at least the timing of it?
From the dock workers? I don't know.
Wasn't it planned out? Didn't they have it planned out?
They went on strike when their contract expired, and their contract was set 6 years ago.
The West Coast cannot because of their contract. You're right.
Right. Why the Biden-Harris administration did not see this coming when it's been brewing for a while, I don't know. You think they would have leaned on someone to be like, push this back until December. But again, they, either the workers didn't comply, whatever it was. What I wonder, more so than a shift in the union workers, and it might be that there's a political sentiment shift there, is this evidence of lip service from the Biden-Harris administration? They tout Biden as the most pro-union president. He stood on a picket line. No one's ever done that before. But he didn't even seem to be prepared to intervene preemptively on this. I thought he was so pro-workers. They had been clear that they are unhappy and they want to negotiate. But there was sort of a standstill. He didn't try to break in then and negotiate between workers and employees. He just sort of let it happen. Maybe that's because he hates Kamala Harris and was like, well, I'll just let you burn.
Right. Well, this happened 2 years ago where I think it was the railways also went on strike right before the election. It was the same exact questions we're asking now. Is this going to affect, outcomes? Are people going to be upset as the supply chain is shut down? But again, it's a replay of 2 years ago.
Do you think that American workers are sympathetic to Kamala Harris when she says stuff like, I am the middle class?
I know. It's hard to, she went to, elite schools and so forth, and she's been in politics her entire life. It's hard to imagine. And I think, they see Trump as more genuine just because, he's more Americana, so to speak. And, sure, he comes from a wealthy family, but...
He comes from a wealthy family, but he actually did manage workers and work with other companies. Like, in a business sense, I think he is the one you'd actually want in the room. She's a politician. She's the one pushing the legislations that make life difficult for the workers and for the companies. He's on the other side of that being like, how do we get our work done?
And I told him just to play a clip now. I want you to listen to the leader of the union to give you an idea of who Kamala has to negotiate with.
Hurt the everyday American,
Listen to this.
the farmers that need to reach the export market.
Listen, now you start to realize who the longshoremen are, right?
Nobody cares.
People never gave a shit about us until now, when they finally realized that the chain is being broke now. Cars won't come in. Food won't come in. Clothing won't come in. You know how many people depend on our jobs? Half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us, because we took care of them. And we're here 135 years and brought them where they are today, and they don't want to share. And I'm done.
Imagine negotiating with that guy. I don't know what's going to happen for Kamala. I don't know what's going to happen.
One question.
Isn't that the guy?
Play this guy in a movie one day?
Yes. Isn't this the guy who said, I will cripple you? Or is that somebody else?
That's him, Harold Daggett.
It is, yeah.
He makes almost $1 million a year, by the way.
He's not mincing words.
Yeah, he gets paid. Yeah, exactly.
Part.
I still like him. I understand, we got some people chatting saying, I don't appreciate that. You're saying you're going to cripple us when we're, dealing with this inflation, plus it's a disaster. But in terms of fighting for his people,
you got to respect it. Yeah.
I absolutely respect that. That guy's a union leader right there.
Yeah. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, that's what unions are meant to do.
Yeah.
So you're just playing the game. If you don't like what unions stand for, there's other ways to solve it.
Why did the Democrats send two terrible negotiators to the White House? I mean, this is the question. If you're saying, I don't appreciate that you're going to cripple us, the question should be like, did you vote Democrat last time? Because the only response to a strong negotiator is another strong negotiator.
Yeah. Shall we jump to the more scandalous of the stories of the day? From the post-millennial, Doug Emhoff, for those that don't know, that's Kamala Harris's husband, accused by anonymous sources claiming to be friends to his ex of slapping his then-girlfriend in France in 22. It's kind of an awkward way to write the headline, so I'll give you the simple version. According to a Daily Mail exclusive with multiple sources, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, slapped his ex-girlfriend for, quote, flirting with another man. But the story is actually, and it's been corroborated by numerous people, they say, he was on a date with this woman at the Cannes Film Festival. She went to the valet to get her car pulled up, and she put her hand on his shoulder. Emhoff then walked up, grabbed her by the shoulder, and spun her around, and then just bam, so hard in the face, she spun around. Then forced himself into her car as she was trying to flee. It's scandalous. I don't know. It's salacious. It's the exclusive story that's in the news right now. And they say they've got documents proving the travel, text messages from the friends confirming the story, and it looks like Kamala Harris's husband is a woman beater.
That's a very bad week for Kamala. You've got the debate, you've got the union strike, and now you've got Emhoff. No wonder why the betting polls are showing the margin flip after
Hillary
Kamala's been
Clinton
winning
said
by so many
October
points.
surprise is going to pervert Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it's going to try and make Kamala Harris look bad. So did she know this was coming? There was that other story where Doug Emhoff, and I think this is pretty much confirmed, that he had an affair with his children's nanny, who was also a teacher at the school. But the other part was that allegedly what mitigated divorce more than anything is that, or what spurred the divorce more than anything was that she got pregnant, and the rumor is that he pressured her to have an abortion.
Well, according to the story from the Daily Mail, she had a miscarriage, and then he paid off a settlement of $80,000 with a non-disclosure agreement. Here, they say this right here. According to friends, Emhoff did not say how he was allegedly responsible for them. Let me go back a little bit. Emhoff told Jane that the nanny accused him of causing her to have a miscarriage, the friends claimed. According to the friends, Emhoff did not say how he was allegedly responsible for the miscarriage, and he told Jane the nanny's claims were false. But the second gentleman allegedly confessed to Jane that he paid Naylor a settlement of around $80,000 and had the nanny sign a non-disclosure agreement. He was previously dubbed by Democrats as a wife guy and a mensch, a Yiddish term for an honorable kind man. He's also spoken out in media interviews about being an ally to men and against toxic masculinity. You know, look, when I read this and they say that he paid her $80,000 with an NDA and she accused him of causing a miscarriage, sounds more like he beat her.
Yeah, it sounds brutal. I mean,
It
we
sounds
don't
like
know
she was
for
pregnant
sure,
and he beat her and the baby died.
which is terrifying, right? Like
Very.
that's a very serious situation, and no one
But is-
seems to be willing to address it in the mainstream media.
Is this story confirmed? I mean,
Yeah, exactly, because I can't see it on Fox News. Doesn't have it on their front page. It should be the main story
Well,
on
no,
their
no,
front
no.
page.
The slapping the woman, Daily Mail says they have corroborating confirmations. Separate individuals who were.
It's because he has a beard. Look at him.
So their claims are, and look, let's say the slapping thing is not true. Their claim is that they've got multiple friends who provided documents of texts and of the trip confirming that this happened. Fine. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm asking about the nanny story. This Nayan Naylor. That it is true that he impregnated her?
That is the thing that is debated, right? Like they said that she became pregnant. He ultimately had to come forward with this affair to his wife. He has never confirmed that, but he has said he was unfaithful, and that led to the end of his marriage to the mother of his children.
Wow.
And that the nanny was, at school. I remember. So this story came up I think maybe a month or two ago, and someone found the nanny. Right? She's living a different life now. I think she's living on the East Coast, and she wouldn't talk about it. Now, obviously, if you sign a non-disclosure agreement, you can't talk about it. But as far as we know, she doesn't have any children. So if she did become pregnant and the miscarriage is true, there is not a love child between her and Doug Emhoff. What I think is hard is like, is this going to be something we get kind of raining down on us for the next couple of weeks? Like all these stories of Doug Emhoff being sort of brutal towards women. That's not
Seems like
great.
we've just scratched the surface. A lot of these male feminists actually have pretty bad histories with women. There's actually I've noticed that over the past couple of years, where a lot of these guys who are very woke in public and very pro-feminist are actually very bad to women.
It seems like you shouldn't say, well, I'm, anti-toxic masculinity, because that's the tell that you are actually probably an untrustworthy man.
Oh yeah, I mean, for the past month, I've seen nothing in the media about Doug Emhoff, except for these stories about him being this model man and propping up his wife and so forth. But it's all a facade. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find out the source, because it is, there's no evidence to back it, but Yeah, it's hard to know.
It's
hard to
hard.
know. Either way,
it's
look,
an
in terms of
exclusive-
impact. Sorry, go ahead.
It's an exclusive Daily Mail story. Where
I'm talking about the nanny one.
Oh, the nanny
pregnancy
one.
one.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out more about that one. There's not much there. He hasn't commented on it either. But either way, I think it will have, again, any story could have any small story could have an impact on the election in a few weeks' time.
But also, this stuff isn't getting talked about publicly. I mean, to be fair, these are difficult things to confirm if no one is willing to say anything. On the other hand, this is not the way we treat Republicans, right? Like, he is maybe getting a pass, especially as the stories get more serious. They seem to indicate a level of violence that they didn't have before. It's one thing to sort of promote salacious gossip that he was unfaithful and that's why his marriage broke up. But to have this now developing suggested pattern of like very nefarious behavior, maybe manipulative or abusive behavior towards women, you can't really be married to our girl boss feminist president and just turn a blind eye to that. It's difficult for the Kamala Harris to respond to without acknowledging the stories are present, which they don't want to do.
Well, I think it matters if the second gentleman who wants to be the first gentleman is a woman beater.
Yes.
For sure. It doesn't matter as much as policy and real discussions over what these individuals will be doing, but if there's a security issue in the White House. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the wildest month of your life because October has only just begun.
Oh, it's the second.
It's
yeah.
the second.
Oh, geez.
Yep.
Here we
And
go.
we got another 29 days to go. I'm excited for Halloween, by the way, and then a couple more days right up to the election. But here's the thing. The October surprise, usually we have election day. We got election month now, which means deep impact stories, rapid fire. Before it'd be like one big story a week out from the election in October, and everyone's like, oh no, and they try to knock you down so that right before the election it's hard to recover.
Yeah.
They got the whole month. People are going to be voting. So it don't matter. Every day, starting from now until the 5th, every day is election day. So they're going to need all of these stories. It's going to get absolutely insane. The best they could get on JD Vance, I guess, is that he mansplains.
They won't. I don't feel like this. Maybe independents, but something like this will not affect anyone who's a Democrat voter. If they're already a Democrat voter, I don't see them. If the guy could have beat up 5 girls, and they don't care because they don't like Trump, they hate Trump.
And it's different again because it's like, text messages, people who can account for the story. That's a little more solid than just this kind of widely held belief that's why this marriage broke up because of infidelity, and actually infidelity maybe was had some other components to it. It's different than when George W. Bush's like DUI came to light. But then Al Gore chose kind of not to bring that up. I mean, some stuff both campaigns will be like, we can't touch that because it's actually messy for both of us. And I wonder if this is one of the issues. If you're the Trump campaign and they've already tried to paint you out as like this man who's sort of violent and aggressive towards women, then it would be difficult to start trying to push that this claim against Doug Emhoff is addressed.
And Trump only, real quick, Trump only grabbed a woman. He did not slap any woman. So
I don't even.
So I do want to point out that the Daily Mail is the one that broke the story on the nanny cheating with the nanny. Not sure when it comes to abortion. I'm trying to find out more about this. And then he admitted to it. So Doug did admit to CNN. He said, during my first marriage, Kirsten and I went through some tough times on account of my actions. I took responsibility, and I took responsibility. And in the years since, we worked through things as a family and have come out stronger on the other side. So he did admit to cheating on his wife. We don't know. Maybe you probably know this already. And that only came out in August. And that was also the story broke by the Daily Mail, which broke this story as well.
It was confirmed that he confirmed that he was that the divorce was because of his actions, the infidelity. But his first wife has come out to his defense several times now. But at that time was like, I'm very proud that he was, he's the father of my children, and we're on good terms. Is basically her stance.
Right.
No one has ever really addressed the component of like, did the nanny fall pregnant? What happened in that case?
And it's a good point that this is now election month. So I wonder if we know that Democrats and Democrat leaders, which I think is more important than people who are solid blue and are going to vote for Kamala no matter what comes out over the next month. But I wonder about the timing of these stories, because now that early voting is just starting in certain states, I think we're going to see a lot more blue-leaning October surprises, targeted at Democrats and targeted at Kamala and her circles. And then I think later in the month, we're going to see more red and targeted at Trump October surprises.
I think there's more to this Daily Mail stories. No one's talking about it in the media. Even though there's a few women, according to the Daily Mail, a few women who told the Daily Mail they've corroborated the allegation. So there is a possibility they're holding off the story for political purposes. So we might see a lot more from this, because it's surprising that the media is not talking about this a lot more.
Well,
not
really. I mean, the corporate press does not want to put out information damaging to the Democrats.
No, even the right-leaning press is not putting it out. Which is, I looked at Fox News; it should be on their front page.
Yeah, that's
It's a
true.
big
That's
story.
true.
So
I think
maybe they're timing it. I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I think perhaps Daily Mail, this is 10% of the story, and then they're waiting to put out the photos. They're priming it.
Photos out of him doing that? Yeah, that'll be.
The woman got slapped. Someone took a picture of her face. I mean,
cameras too. All
Imagine
around.
a day before the election, the
hotel?
woman's giving an interview, talking about it in detail, a live interview on 60 Minutes.
And she still has a red face, so like they paint a face that's like a slap hand.
But
but they show photos being
Yeah.
like, after he hit me, my friends took pictures to document the abuse.
That's exactly
But to your point, if Democrats are more likely to vote by mail, the day before the election is almost too late if the attack is on the Democrats.
Good point.
Which
So maybe
means
it
it'll
should
be
be
coming in
earlier.
a week.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe by the time we finish
Stay
this
tuned,
episode.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow, episode 2.
Well, this happened to me a couple days ago when Iran launched those missiles at Israel. While I was live, people are like, hey, there's a fear that Iran's going to launch missiles. And I'm like, sure. Show wraps up. Thanks for watching. Have a nice day. And then I look at my phone, missiles launched by Iran. And I'm like, well, right when the show ends. So.
Didn't that happen to you with the pager thing, too? You were, like, getting updates live
Oh,
from
I
the
was
chat?
covering the pager explosion story. And while I had it pulled up, someone said, hey, walkie-talkies just exploded in Lebanon. And I was
story.
like, what?
But what's crazy to me is I know they started talking about Iran, Israel, Lebanon at the beginning of the debate. I know we've digressed again. But that and Ukraine was barely mentioned. I think because the American people just don't care about it as much, which is surprising to me. But I think that's something that could boil out of control and again impact the election. It looks really bad for Kamala if you look at add the Middle East to the mix. So you've got the husband, you've got the strike, you've got the debate, which will that disappears, not going to have much of an impact, and you've got the Middle East. So it's not good times for the Democrats right now. But the Middle East is very concerning, and I think it should be getting a lot more attention.
Did you say that it's surprising to you that Americans don't care about the foreign conflict, or
they don't care? Not surprising. It is. I think it's just fatigue. I think it's been going on for so long. You've got the Ukraine war. It's like nuclear war has been talked about the whole year. You've got the Gaza, which, as heartbreaking as what's happening there is, how long could people sustain it for? Even the assassination people are not talking about. The assassination, almost the close assassination of the Trump was shot in the ear, almost killed. No one's talking about it. No one. Exactly. That's crazy to me. Me and Tim were talking about it earlier. The president was almost killed. So many unanswered questions. It was not even brought up in either debate.
Dude, it was like an inch from
Trump had to bring it up in the first one. Yeah. I mean, I think it was even closer than that. I think you're right. I think Americans are politically fatigued. And I think that was one of the reasons that the more cordial debate performed well with a lot of them. But I also think that this was, I think that the DNC and I think the Biden-Harris administration relied on fear to be the main motivator. So it was like, you have to be supportive of Ukraine because Russia is this big, terrible enemy. You must give them funding. Yep. So they have been, I mean, that was what, almost 2 years ago, almost 3 at this point. Like, there has been constant tension and fear, but if you're in a state of fear and panic, your body actually reaches a level of equilibrium, right? You get used to it. So then they tried to layer more fear on, where now we have Roe versus Wade and abortion rights. And actually now Donald Trump is the biggest threat. And I think Americans are sort of numb to this panic, but that's the only motivator Democrats have for their voters right now.
It's true. It's been 9 years of Trump as the boogeyman. Like, that's almost a decade. And, since he came down the golden escalators in 2015. So, and this goes back to October surprises. Like, what more could they possibly find on him? They haven't already tried. I mean, they did Access Hollywood in 2016. That was bad. But I mean, it's hard to imagine there's much worse that would even surprise anybody at this point.
I think the something to mention where Tim, me and you met at the was it Rescue the Republic, the positivity on that front, the Make America Healthy Again. I think the narrative is changing, kind of countering that whole perception of Trump due to the media of him being the boogeyman. I think they're doing a really good job with Elon and Kennedy and Tulsi backing him. I think that perception will slowly shift. So we'll see.
When you mentioned that earlier about them, and I know Tim talks about it a lot, when you laid their names up, you said Elon, you said Tulsi, you said RFK. Just hearing you say that associated with Trump and JD, it is yeah, it's nice. It's really neat.
3 former Democrats. 3 former Democrats.
I told you Raymond will get one out by the end of the show.
Half of one.
Half of one. It is incredible. RFK Jr. I'm Maha all the way, man.
Maha's Make America.
Maha.
Yeah.
That's right.
But come on, Harris has Dick Cheney. I mean, what do you mean? How could you even compare
I love that debate moment when J.D. Vance is like, when we see Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. with Donald Trump, and then Tim Walz is like, we've got Bernie Sanders and Dick Cheney. It's like, oh.
When I think politics and joy, I think Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Yes, he's the future of optimism.
Aren't these coalitions weird, though? Like, you've got RFK Jr., Tulsi, Vance, Trump, and then over here you got Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, Bernie, Kamala. Like, what is going on with politics in this country?
It's a whole new realignment. It's basically establishment versus populist.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, but what is Bernie Sanders doing? He's
falling in line. I listened to this interview where he was like, look, I really thought Biden should stay in, and I thought that right up until the end, but now I think it should be Kamala Harris. And like, there's not really an explanation other than this is what the party has decided and we have to coalesce together so we're against Donald Trump. I mean, I think that the fall in line instinct for Democrats was cultivated and executed, especially this summer. But I don't think that there is a genuine tie between Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris, which is very different than RFK, right? Like, RFK has really strong values, ran his own campaign as an independent, and then was like, look, I have goals for this country, and I'm going to find a way to make them happen. And in this case, it's by partnering with Donald Trump. That's fascinating. That's much more authentic.
Yeah. I just don't think if there's no major October surprise on the Democratic side, I just don't see how Kamala could win. Even though the polls and the betting platforms show otherwise, that it's razor thin, it doesn't add up.
Yeah, I was positive in 2020. And then they fortified it, so it stinks.
Shadow campaign.
Yeah,
fortification. So that's the challenge we have, because I think on the merits, Trump has won the argument. The economy is not good. They're lying about it. Illegal immigration's out of control, and those are the big issues. And Trump's got both of them. So how are the betting markets 50-50? How are the prediction markets favoring Kamala? Shadow campaign.
No one trusts it. No one trusts Democrats anymore.
Democrats got better procedure game.
Yeah.
No, you do have to also remember, Kamala was on the betting platforms. Kamala was winning by a wide margin. Maybe you can put the chart again. She was winning by a very wide margin, especially if you go earlier, as soon as she was swapped. Look at that margin at the beginning. If you go back more to the left.
Almost 10 points.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they say, no, that was the Biden one.
This is right.
10-point difference there. And
almost 10 points.
Exactly. Almost 10-point difference. Again, it's surprising to me. I think there's just a lot of people that just maybe hate Trump's character, for example. It could be one thing, and the JD could balance that.
Can I ask, for the betting markets, are the betting markets measuring who the average American thinks is likely to win the election or who they want to win the election?
So they're betting on.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think, especially given what happened in 2020 and people's skepticism about election security, there are people who are like, it's going to be Harris because that's who they've decided. And so you would bet on that, but it's not necessarily indicative of what
Exactly. And that's the question, how much you trust the system. Because if you trust the system, that's a positive thing to the betting market, because a lot of people don't trust the system and they bet, hey, Kamala's going to win, even though more people will vote for Trump because, it's all corrupt. Mm-hmm. But if you trust the system, that means those people are wrong betting because they don't trust the system. So that's a positive thing to Trump. If the system is as corrupt as some people believe, then there's no point even looking at the betting markets. I'm in the camp that the system is not as corrupt, and I think I hope I'm right. And I'm still a believer. But I do think there's many ways to influence it unfairly, and we're seeing that, including lawfare.
Ben, do you have a prediction for our upcoming election?
I'm honestly, I go back and forth, honestly. So 2 years ago, when I was with the Daily Wire, I reported on Pennsylvania's midterms, and I actually drove to Braddock, Pennsylvania, which is where, of course, John Fetterman is from. And I went asking questions about inflation and those kind of top of the line issues, and nobody even was thinking about that. They're like, I'm 70 years old. I've seen this happen 3 different times. They actually, fascinatingly, were obsessed with the infrastructure bill that just passed, and they're like, oh, our road got fixed. So I think the fact that money has been pouring out, and there have been a couple of big, Biden administration funding packages, I think that actually may have an impact. And, I don't know. The polls say one thing about what people value, but, when you're that jaded and that set in your mindset on who you vote for politically and who you've been voting for the past 5 decades of your life in some cases, maybe it's not, the polls don't reflect that as well.
What do you see as the dynamic for voters between Biden and Harris? I felt, especially during the first debate, that she would say, she wouldn't use Biden's name, but she'd say, we accomplished so much, and then she would pivot to, I'm going to do this. But she also obviously has tried to distance herself. So with infrastructure bills, like, do Biden's look at that, voters look at that and say, Joe Biden got this, but he's not running anymore, so we don't give credit to Kamala Harris? Or do they credit Kamala Harris with the new road?
Yeah, they probably would credit Kamala as well. But I mean, I think the biggest shift between Biden and Harris is the effect on men. So I saw David Hogg tweeting about a month ago about this phenomenon. He's also
Tim Walz's friend, David Hogg.
Yeah, Tim Walz's best friend, David Hogg. Apparently something about a school shooter. But he was basically saying that he was trying to address the masculinity issue on the Democratic Party side, and he's theorizing, and basically his conclusion was, men went home in 2020 and they went into their basements because they weren't working. They went online and they became more misogynistic, and that's why this is happening. So I think that's the biggest phenomenon is a lot of men won't be able to bring themselves to vote for Kamala. Just her overall vibe, for lack of a better term, but I don't think that Democrats are actually even thinking remotely closely on how to effectively address that issue.
A side issue, it's, I guess, Aura, I learned today. I was
Aura,
on PCC.
yeah,
Aura's the new thing.
Yeah.
So we're cooked with Aura. So you got some cooked Aura going on, but yeah.
Cooked. That's the lingo we're using these days, guys, because we got to be cool. We got to be hip with a Gen Z. All right, we're going to go to Super Chats. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with everyone you know, because it's the best show on the internet. Everyone agrees. At least that's what I've been told. And make sure you pick up our new song on iTunes. You got to buy it on iTunes. Those are the rules, they say. You buy them on iTunes. GetComingHome.com. The song is called Coming Home by Timcast. If we would appreciate it if you guys bought the song and helped us out. Check it out if you like the song.
Are we 2 million subscribers yet? I heard we're close. Or you're close.
2 million subscribers. We are currently, let's see what we got. Nope. As of right now, my friends, we have 1,997,323 subscribers. So we are only about 2,600 or so subscribers away from cracking 2 million. If you are watching right now and you did not subscribe, you will smash that subscribe button and we will crack 2 million before the show is over.
And grab your mom and dad's phones and just press subscribe.
Well, if your mom and dads are watching the show. Scooby Dragon says, howdy, people. Howdy, Scuba. Tacti Plighty says, Tim, Raymond is a great value added to your team. Indeed.
Thank you, Tacti.
There you go.
Did you pay him to say that?
No, he's a good person.
I've heard that you hand out bribes in the Discord.
I do.
Well, I wasn't so sure, but Raymond wears a hat with a rooster on it, and I just was like, well, I got
a cock on my head.
It's true. It's I like roosters, so let's go. Crispy Joe says, how long will this dock strike last? What do you guys think?
Did you see that video of the guy speaking?
Yeah.
That's the answer. It's going to last a long time. Look, if he did meet Trump, if they had a role to play in it, if Trump has encouraged him to do this for political purposes, then it will obviously last for a long time. Considering his personality, I think it was planned as well. The timing of it is spot on. Think about it. The last time happened, there's only one time we can compare it to 1977, I think it was. 6 weeks. The election's in 5 weeks.
George, you said 2002. George Bush invoked the Taft-Hartley Act.
Yeah, but Biden can't do that when all the unions support the Democrats.
Right, but the ports were on strike in 2002 is my point.
Yeah, exactly. It was a smaller strike. Yeah, it was a smaller strike then. It was, I think, different ports. I can't remember who it was, but it was a smaller strike. The only one, and you can't use that one as a comparison because the act was activated. But in this case, if you'll make comparison to 1977, and they haven't endorsed the Democrats as well, it does not look good at all.
It is. I am wondering who is actually going to do the negotiation on the Biden campaign, on the Biden administration team. I mean, Biden himself is, to use the Gen Z word, cooked, and Harris is not a great negotiator. She's on the campaign trail, so I'm wondering who's actually going to who's going to sit down with this guy we were watching from the Longshoremen and actually sit down and negotiate terms. It's hard to imagine who that is at this point.
I agree, and it makes me wonder. I don't know if you guys know this. Has Trump already tried to meet with our friend Harold Daggett? Because that would be interesting. Like in the weeks leading up to the election, he's already going to the table, prepared to negotiate.
You're talking about the head of the union?
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than the meeting in 2023.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't know. I hope it wouldn't look good if he does though, because people start pointing at there's some collusion there. Mm-hmm. So I don't think they should meet.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think any talk should be private. If anyone from the Trump campaign is listening, it wouldn't look good. It wouldn't look good at all, because it has to look genuine. Otherwise, it could backfire really badly for them.
All right, Grofty, who is a 30-month member, shout out Grofty, says a like button needs a lick like a like button needs. Don't forget to like it. Hello, Raymond and team.
Hey, buddy. Grafty's OG.
Indeed.
Well, how many months you said?
Grofty, 30 months.
Nice.
That is a very long time. You rock, Grofty. Horsehead says, this song resonates with what is happening where I live. You see Main Street pics in the old part of town in all its glory in the 50s. Now addicts shoot up in broad daylight and tents are everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so the song is called Coming Home by Timcast. Watch the video, and I'll describe it for you because some people might be skeptics, and they're like, well, I don't really care. But I'll explain it anyway. You see real American city streets we filmed, and then in the reflections of the windows, you see old archive footage of the 50s, and it's kind of brutal to watch. Yeah. It is selective. You know, you could find a bad place in any country in any part of the world, but we wanted that contrast to show. You know, I like to do this thing where when I look at an old abandoned building, I try to imagine what it was like when it was finally built. And, you know, the owner comes out with the employees and they cut the ribbon and they say, look at our new factory. And now 40 years later, the windows are all smashed out. There's homeless people inside, rats, drugs, disease. And you just wonder, like, how does this fall apart? How does it happen? Worse still, because I understand that buildings fall apart and sometimes these things happen. When you go to our once great American cities and you see in the center of San Francisco, they're abandoning the mall, they're abandoning the hotels, there's human waste everywhere. How did this happen to San Francisco? San Francisco was a great tech hub. What happened? In New York, in D.C., tent cities everywhere. In Chicago, tent cities. How is this happening? I don't know. Failed leadership across the board. And, you know, the song that we wrote is basically, we're not going to stand for it anymore. It's time to shut it down. Things have to change. So that's Coming Home.
First time I hear you sing, by the way. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Surprised.
It's our 8th release, I think, or is it 7, maybe? I don't know. And we have another song we're trying to get out for Halloween, which is meant to be a much, much sillier song. I don't want to give away too much, but puppets are attacking us. It's going to be funny.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, shout out to Jack Posobiec and...
for your little doll guy?
Yeah, we're getting
Okay.
more made.
Nice.
Because they're hilarious, and we're going to have Muppets running around.
You should do one about censorship. I'd love that one.
I'd
cheer the hell out of that one.
We kind of do. It's called Genocide.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we didn't play it when you were here, but this is where we have corporate press personalities like Don Lemon and Cuomo singing, and the song is about breaking out of their controlled information machine. You can check it out. It's called.
Check it out after this one.
And everyone says that's their favorite song that we put out.
Oh wow. Tim Pool Genocide. Is that what I searched?
Timcast. Genocide music. Yeah, and we used AI.
It's a weird thing to Google.
Yeah. Well, that's the name of the song.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Great name, Tim.
Well, we were like, should we change the name? Because that's pretty brutal and they might censor it. I think they kind of did because it got a lot of interaction and engagement. The views are lower than the other songs. And I was like, I don't want to call it anything else. It is what it is. But it's basically, there's a lot of jokes in the music video where I'm playing this news reporter and it says things like lockdowns are good for you. Giving your money to the government to fund wars is actually healthy and helpful. We have Ian standing reporting on drone strikes and it says mostly peaceful drone strikes, all that stuff. And then in the end it says the world is ending. Here's why that's a good thing. All the lies of the corporate press.
It was a year ago.
Yeah, a year ago. And I think we hit the charts on that one. I'm not sure. J. Lure Kren says Vance is vanilla ice cream because even lactose intolerant people love ice cream. Vance and Vivek for 2028 has a ring to it. I'm feeling hopeful. Vance and Vivek 2028. I like it, but is Vivek going to be a VP? I don't know.
I want to know if he's going to get Vance's Senate seat.
Oh, that's
Would
right.
he
That's
take a
still a
position
thing.
in
Yeah,
Ohio?
right. Well, would it be DeWine who appoints it, the governor of Ohio? Yeah, he's a complete rhino. I'd be shocked if he picked Ramaswamy. He's gonna pick some longtime guy who's basically been in line for that kind of appointment. Is my prediction on that.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone
we have a-
message DeWine.
Can we
Let
have
him
a
know
three-way
what you
team?
want.
Can we get like Vance, Vivek, and Tulsi? You know, like somehow maybe she could be like Secretary of
co-VP.
Yeah, well, something. I want everyone who's good and cares about America and wants to save lives and make us better to be in charge for sure.
Yeah, is Tulsi going to be involved in the Trump administration in any way, like Bobby and
Hopefully,
Elon?
fingers crossed.
We don't know anything yet. Nothing's mentioned.
Not that I know of myself. Miss Santa Claire's a reporter or journalist. I mean,
Nothing's out yet. I mean, she's obviously serving as an advisor on the Trump campaign. She helped with debate prep, but it's not
Okay.
Should have asked.
Promised that she would. Yeah, come on.
I know.
More
It's 2
FaceTime
days
with
ago.
it
I'm
than
like,
I am.
yeah, no, I regret it a bit now. By the way, one thing, I know we're doing the questions from the audience, but there's one thing is really good news talking about free speech is the court. Remember, Tim, we talked about it earlier as well. The court blocked the California law on deceptive election deepfakes.
That's right.
So I think
that was actually big news we didn't get to. They ruled it's unconstitutional.
Exactly.
Memes are allowed.
Nice.
Yeah.
So as I said, the ban is too broad. There's a very good reason. It's too broad, and it could be abused. And the cool thing, they said counter speech is the solution, not banning speech. That's a perfect response.
Yes,
absolutely.
That's a perfect response. And then I tweeted about it. Alex Jones replies. Where's Alex Jones's reply? He says, First Amendment stands in Patrick Bateman's way. They will try to outlaw free speech again. The Democrats are the threat to democracy, as they like to call it. I would agree with him. I think they'll keep trying to, we saw John Kerry's comments a couple of days ago as well, which just wasn't the most assuring. But it's a win, though. It's a win.
John Grandia says you should really try to hammer home Vance's response on the abortion issue. I know you talk about it, but this is the issue this election, and the undecided need to hear his response from the debate. Well, I agree it is a issue. The issue is the economy, and the second issue is immigration, and that's what we're seeing across all the polls. Abortion is the only thing Democrats have to move on, but it's lower on the charts.
Yeah, it's sad to see that child sacrifice is something that motivates tens of millions of people to go and vote in our country, and it's good laws and it's good culture. You really need both, and that's why I need a firm Republican Party that's actually holding the line on saying babies are murdered. These are image bearers of God who are being sacrificed on the altar of convenience.
Hold on, my friend. I don't mean to cut off super chats, but they're not being sacrificed. Sacrifice is when you make an omen to someone or something like that. Unless they are to their God, their devil or whatever, but they are murdering human life. Just the terminology saying they sacrifice. I think of someone on a pedestal on a big old piece of stone, being like,
Well, yeah. So I mean, everybody worships is what it boils down to. So if you worship yourself, and there's a baby in the way of you, having lots of sex or just you have a career, you have a college degree you want to get. That's where the sacrifice comes in. Is you are serving yourself is really what it boils down to. So maybe. In centuries past and millennia past, it was Moloch, and you bring your child to burn inside that big bronze statue. But nowadays, it's I want to continue, sleeping with this man. I want to stay in school, and of course, there's cases where yes, there is legitimate difficulty, there's tough situations, but we know that the vast majority is just convenience and prosperity. It's the same thing that led people to kill babies way back in the day because they thought that it would make their crops grow.
Hoorah! Thank you.
Did it make their crops grow?
I don't think
All right,
so.
I gotta eat something. I'm hungry.
Judged by the one true and living God. Yeah.
Let's kill some noobs and then we'll get back to writing.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Eradicate.
Glory to the Daylom.
Power overwhelming.
To glorious battle.
You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylom. Let your will be heard.
What kind? You have not enough minerals. I'm here. You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Who wants some? You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylom. The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals.
Glory to the Daylong.
Upgrade complete. Assault data.
The firstborn shall persevere.
We are the light. Upgrade complete. Together. Lord guidance. Assault data. I'm here in the shadows. We shall stand against. We seek enlightenment. Upgrade complete. We are one with the upgrade complete. You require my skill. We shall stand assaults de Templos. Is we need focus. Upgrade complete. We shall stand uno. Cold is the enough minerals.
I'm here in the shadows. We seek state thy bidding.
Upgrade complete.
May your death be swift.
You have not enough minerals. I return to serve.
We are the light of my charm.
What guidance? You have not enough minerals. I return. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. I return to serve. You have not enough minerals.
I am Porcelendus. Glory to the Daylom. Spare none. The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Glade, I give up. The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
How can I aid you?
The firstborn shall persevere. To the Daylom. May your death firstborn shall persevere.
I am the goddess of the cycle. Veraku, we are one shadow complete. Void. I am Steve Night. We are one with the shadows.
What God? You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. What guidance?
I am here in the shadows.
You have not enough.
I am here in the shadows.
You have not enough minerals.
We are. I am here in the shadows.
My true enemy is. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows.
Combat selectives.
For icon as one.
What guidance?
Give us your
I am here in the shadows.
Yes, Executor. Najakar Mina. Ire. Give us May your death be swift. Hordes Allah.
Void hunger.
Give us.
I am here in the shadows.
Hillbilly Tarzan said things are bad in Western North Carolina. Government
Good morning,
is
one
focusing
person,
aid
one
in the,
vote.
In the only Democrat areas of West NC, it destroyed my entire town of Lansing. Every building flooded, even the FD, Give, Send, Go Appalachia Relief Fund. Even the FD, Give, Send, Go Appalachia Relief Fund. Right on.
I keep hearing this, that people in North Carolina are saying that they're being punished because their area is red. I don't know if it's difficult to confirm, right? Because the reports are so sketchy. On the other hand, is this correlation or causation? Like, are red districts in North Carolina more rural and therefore more difficult to serve during times of emergency? Like, if you're a major city and so you're the only blue area, obviously you would probably get a certain number of resources first, just based on that. But I would really hope that Joe Biden, who just went to North Carolina and said this is not time for politics, would not be depriving people of resources because he's like, well, you're red, so I don't care about you.
Right. Well, I actually just started writing a piece, interviewing multiple people who are helping with the disaster relief, especially in Tennessee. But, you always hear that the federal government is doing a great job, and that's an easy, scapegoat. But they are legitimately saying, we have not seen anything federal. All these people who are helping across Appalachia. And, yeah, I mean, hopefully that article will be up in the next few days at republicsentinel.com. But, yeah, it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, I do want to mention something talking about North Carolina. Something interesting, because I was with Commissioner Brendan Carr yesterday from the FCC, and he talked about how Elon's being targeted by the various alphabet agencies. And Starlink, they've had $900 million a few months ago revoked, which was a grant, because apparently they weren't meeting certain standards. They're not even meant to meet for another couple of years. Why does that matter? Well, not only is the government using a Starlink, Starlink was just used in North Carolina. I think Biden was taking credit for, I think it wasn't Trump. Trump spoke to Elon about sending Starlink to those rural areas, and I saw a tweet my team put out about Biden taking credit for it. So it's just the ironies there is difficult not to mention.
It reminds me a lot of Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, where you have the really effective businessman who all the bureaucrats absolutely hate. So in that book, it was the guy who was, I think his last name was Reardon, so Hank Reardon, so he was making Reardon steel. So the most objectively effective businessman was like enemy number one, even though he was the one person who had it together. It's the same with Elon Musk in our country, where even a couple years ago, we were talking about unions. There was this big union event, or big automakers event at the White House, and they snubbed Tesla, even though Tesla is the only major manufacturer that's actually making cars in the United States, and they went for Ford and GM and all these things, and yeah.
Elon Musk has been a popular villain in progressive culture for a little while now. I mean, even before he endorsed Donald Trump this summer, there is something about him that, left-wing Americans really hate.
Yeah, look, it's just too far. Like, for Biden said the following: I've directed the deployment of Starlink satellites. 50 are in place now. More will follow, allowing people in areas like Kent to call for help where there's no cell service. Where's the mention of Elon? Where's the mention of Elon for once? And you talked about the summit for the EV summit,
right.
where
that's
one you're referring to. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Where Elon was not even mentioned. You've had the FBI. You had the Fish and Wildlife, whatever you call organization, that sued SpaceX because they found a few crabs and quail eggs that were burnt because of a space launch. You got Elon trying to launch a rocket, trying to take people to Mars, and he's being held up by regulators because a few quail eggs and crabs were burnt. That upsets me the most.
Let's go. We'll grab some more super chats here. Quantum Strange Quark said,
anything you do say maybe given out. Okay, so
What do you mean I can't have any alcohol?
okay, well I'll tell you. Okay, the time's 20 to 3, 14:40. I'm arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronic communications network. I'm just
What?
127 of the Communications Act. Okay, so you do not have to say that may harm your defence if you don't mention one question subject to later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being
You're
arrested?
going to be arrested, okay?
Right,
So you
and-
got to the police station.
Right.
Ask you, okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page. Okay?
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
So we need to ask you some questions about that.
Right.
Have you got anything in your pockets, Thomas?
I got my keys. I got... No, that's about it, I think. Keys.
So, anyone who's been arrested we can search them under Section 32 of Beast and Criminal Act.
Right.
That's for dangerous items.
I mean, you said I was going to be arrested under some what information? I'm going to be arrested for posting on Facebook.
Made some comments that are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint about that, and it's
And can you tell me what this comment was?
Okay, well we'll do that when we interview.
All right. And so, what am I going to be locked up for the night, or?
Hopefully not.
Right. Do I need to
Unless
take
you
my
film
medications
us.
with me?
Yes, we will look at taking all those.
When do you need to take them?
Well, I've got pain medications. I've got sleeping medication. I've got anxiety medications, which I might take one of those in a bit. Okay. You know.
Well, if we take everything with us, then you've got everything there, haven't you?
And then we've got a nurse up there. They'll be able to.
Okay.
They'll be able to come and see you.
Before the general public.
Hey, watch my Orcus explain.
Their own atrocities. What should Americans know about that?
Holy shit, dude. Alright. What do we do here? Ugh. Alright, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Alright, guys, I'm going to bed. Good night.